Welcome to the Middletown City Council special meeting for Tuesday, February 6, 2024. Please join me by standing for a moment of, please join me for a moment of meditation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So,
Not sure where Amy, here she is.
there we go. Thank you, Ms. Skank. Please forgive me, I began without you here.
No, we're fine. Sorry.
And Ms. Skank, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Farrell?
Here.
Mrs. Carter? Here. Mr. West?
Here.
Mr. Horn?
Here.
Mayor Slamka?
Here. Thank you. May I have a motion to receive and file the special meeting documents?
Motion.
Do you have a second? Second. Thank you. Ms. Skank, please call the roll.
Mrs. Carter? Yes. Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slamka?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
All right, the yeses have it, and the motion passes. And may I hear a motion to move us to executive session under the authority of ORC 121.22G? 1, to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official, and 2, to consider the purchase of property for public purposes or for the sale of property at competitive bidding if premature disclosure of information would give an unfair competitive or bargaining advantage. Do you have a motion?
Motion.
Do you have a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Ms. Skank, please call the roll.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slamka?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter? Yes. Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
The yeses have it. The motion passes. We'll move to the police training room for the executive session. After the executive session, we will return to council chambers and come back into open session to close this special meeting. Do I have a motion to move back to regular session?
Motion.
Is there a second? Second. Been properly moved and seconded. Ms. Skank, please call the roll.
Mr. Horn.
Yes.
Mayor Slanka.
Yes.
Mr. Farrell.
Yes.
Mrs. Carter. Yes. Mr. West.
Yes.
All right, the yeses have it, and this special meeting is adjourned to our next regular meeting today in these chambers at 5:39, which is right now. All right, so now I call to order and welcome you to the Middletown, Ohio regular City Council meeting for Tuesday, February 6, 2024. Please join me for a moment of meditation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. You will hear 3 taps of the gavel when it is time to stand. Please join me in a moment of meditation now.
To the flag of the United States of America,
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Clerk of Council, Ms. Skank, please call the attendance roll.
Mayor Slanka.
Here.
Mr. Farrell.
Here.
Mrs. Carter. Here. Mr. West.
Here.
Mr. Horn.
Here.
Thank you. Next on the agenda is the presentation of the Armbruster Memorial Award. I would like to welcome Shirley Butts and the Armbruster family to the podium, along with Mr. Steve Lewis, if he is here. I would like to read this. The Armbruster Memorial Award. Whereas on October 22nd, 2011, the Armbruster Nature Preserve was dedicated in memory of Mr. Jim Armbruster, who served over 4 years as Middletown's Ward 1 representative. Mr. Armbruster served as Vice Mayor of the City of Middletown during 2008 to 2009. He served on the city's Park Board, Tree Commission, Golf Course Commission, Keep Middletown Beautiful Board, and Public Safety Subcommittee. He selflessly served the Middletown community, serving countless volunteers hours through his involvement with various political, governmental, and social service organizations. And whereas many citizens of this community contribute to the well-being of fellow residents and the welfare of all our citizens by giving tirelessly of their time and energy without desire for recognition. It is therefore an appropriate and fitting time to recognize other volunteers who follow in the footsteps of Mr. Armbruster with their passion for community service. Now, therefore, I, by the powers vested in me as Mayor of the City of Middletown, do hereby present the Armbruster Memorial Award to Shirley Butts. Shirley Butts has served the City of Middletown in numerous ways and continues to make our community a better, more beautiful place to live, work, and raise a family. Shirley picks up litter all over Middletown and encourages others to do so. She serves on the Keep Middletown Beautiful Committee and plants and maintains the flowers at Gardner Park. Shirley volunteers with Keep Middletown Beautiful to go into preschools to teach children about littering and recycling. She worked with Midfest International for many years and opened her home to host foreign exchange students and visitors from other countries. She is part of a sewing group at her church that makes and donates baby quilts. Shirley volunteers to maintain the landscaping at her church and visits the shut-ins at the nursing homes. Shirley Butts has shown kindness and consideration for our community, and her legacy of generosity and dedicated service will stand as a hallmark for others to emulate. In witness whereof, I hereunto affixed my hand and the seal of the city this 6th day of February 2024.
Well, thank you very much. This was quite an honor, and I didn't know they knew all this about me. But anyway, I'll continue as long as I can doing these things. Thank you all very much. Certainly a big crowd here tonight, but I guess there are a number of things on the agenda. Okay. Bye-bye.
Did you want to say some words? Nope. Okay.
Mayor Slamka, we have a surprise presentation. So if you could come up to the podium, and I would like to invite the Ministerial Alliance of Middletown up for a special surprise presentation.
Thank you to our city manager, and it's good to be here with you this evening. I serve as the vice president of the Middletown Area Ministerial Alliance. Our president, Pastor Ruth Kelly, couldn't be here with us today, but I am here in her stead to present an award. And you can see these are some fellow ministers here that serve alongside me in the Alliance. But each year, the Alliance gives 2 awards for Martin Luther King Jr. Day. The first is the Drum Major for Peace Award, and this year our recipient was Verlena Stewart. So I've also asked Verlena to come tonight. She's already been presented her award, but after this presentation, I want us to take a picture down here in the well. Tonight I am here to present our Community Service Award. This award goes to a person that I have known in my time here in Middletown as a tireless community activist. When I first came here, when I first met her, she was leading an action circle on helping us to come up with some solutions for our homeless situation. And just the way in which she talked about our unhoused population, she drew me in, and I became a fan ever since. And so you can imagine how excited I was when she decided to run for mayor and then when she was elected. And I can tell you that Middletown, we are beyond blessed and honored that she is our mayor and that she is serving among us, and that she now gets an opportunity not only to showcase her heart, but to do some very good work on behalf of all the citizens of Middletown. And so to our mayor, Elizabeth Slamka, I am now presenting you with the Martin Luther King Jr. Middletown Area Ministerial Alliance Community Service Award for 2024.
Yes. Move out here to the edge.
I just wanted to say thank you so much. All that emotion came out my eyeballs a little bit. Oh, gracious. Thank you. This means so much. I treasure it. Thank you so much. Whew. Okay, next. The next order of business is our citizen comments. So, please read. Do we have the next screen? Yes, thank you. Please read bullet point number 4 of our citizen comments guidelines on the screen behind us as it pertains to your presentations. A respectful, professional presentation is expected. Personal attacks on staff, council members, or other individuals will not be tolerated. There will be no foul language. This is not the time for debate, questions and answer, or any back and forth conversation. This is a time for you, our residents, to be able to present to council on record, uninterrupted, and have the floor. We have received 10 comment cards this evening. I would like to call Dora Bronston to the podium. Please state your full name and Middletown residence or work address for the record. Please address the council as a whole. You will have 4 minutes of uninterrupted speech. Please commence whenever you are ready.
Okay, hopefully 4 minutes is enough, but I presented this information to you just in case in writing. I'm Dora Bronston, 4817 Earl Avenue, Middletown. To the council, proper protocol to each of you, to our city manager, to Ms. Skank, of course. I'm here in regards to ordinance 02024-05. What or who is city council? It is an elected legislative body. Middletown is called the Middletown City Council, as the city of Middletown operates under a council plus city manager government. A mayor and 4 council members are elected by the people, and the elected body serves as representative of the citizens of Middletown, plus serves as the legislative authority for the city of Middletown. This entire council basically consists of new people. Councilman Farrell has been on city council for 2 years. I interviewed to fill the seat of Councilman Muterspaw for the next 2 years because I had experience on the council that would be valuable for all of you. So far, you have only had 2 meetings, January 2nd and January 16th of this year. Without neither basic knowledge nor experience on city council, I cannot believe that you are prepared to make a decision yet to spend ARPA funds without a feasibility study on what we call an aquatic park. It is not a pool with 2 slides. You are willing to give money to an organization which will increase the assets of their building by adding on to their existing structure. You serve as representatives of the people of Middletown, not Franklin. We have a Middletown YMCA in downtown Middletown. Would you consider a survey to ask the citizens you represent for their opinions? A feasibility study would help you serve these citizens for the best use of finances for them. Growing up in Middletown, we walked everywhere. At times we rode the buses, and I'm sure Ms. Slamka remembers, and Ms. Carter remembers that. We were able to reach park activities all summer long. These activities kept us out of trouble and kept crime down. According to the latest census data, which you have in your possession, our population today is 51,000 plus. 6,100 of those are children in our school district. Children here under the age of 5 total 5.4%, ages 5 through 17 about 16.4%, ages 18 to 24 approximately 11%, ages 25 to 34 about 12.8%, ages 35 to 54 estimated about 23.1%, ages 55 to 64 approximately 14.3%, and ages 65 plus approximately 17%. We have disabled people under the age of 65, which represent 15.7%. Middletown is made up of the ethnic groups of 78.4% white, 11.8% African American, 6.6% mixed, where there are 2 or more ethnic backgrounds, and 4.3% Hispanic. Only 16.1 of these have bachelor degrees, only 16.1% of our total population. Our school district provides meals for all students because we have 75 to 80% free and reduced lunches. Our poverty rate here is 19.2%, and we have approximately 30% single parent families. Of the number of children, families, and elderly in our community, our immediate concern for me and some of our teachers in our school district are the Little Appalachian children in the Oneida and Amanda area and Douglas Park area, which is basically comprised of Caucasian people. These people won't be able to get to the Y, no less afford to become members on Union Road. Yes, 4 minutes?
I must call time, yes, I'm
Yes,
so sorry,
okay,
but I'm
that's
glad,
okay.
I'm glad that you
have
gave
our
us this.
handout, and so our children need to learn how to swim, socialize, and I would like for you to consider delaying the vote.
Thank you so much, Ms. Frost.
You're welcome.
Okay. Next, we have Jim Stiver. I would like to call Jim Stiver to the podium. Please state your full name and Middletown residence or work address for the record. Please address the council as a whole. You will have 4 minutes of uninterrupted speech. Please commence whenever you are ready.
Okay, my name is Jim Stiver. I live at 2803 Fleming Road here in Middletown, Ohio, and I'm going to be discussing transportation concerning the Aquatic Center in Franklin or Warren County or Franklin Township. I'm going to go back in time. We have something called the Northwest Ordinance and the Northwest Land Ordinance, which divided us into townships, which did two things: political entity and distance entity. And so one of the problems is I'm going to hit right now is township is 6 miles square. Right now you are currently in Lemon Township. And so basically from this approximate location to the new proposed Y, it's going to be somewhere around 7 to 8 miles. I see that as the problem, getting there. Other part of the problem is, I'd like to go back in time, is when the city council chose not to have a Manchester Road interchange to take pressure off the interchange that we now know as Town Mall area. So that's going to be a very big traffic hazard. If you live in the Rosa Park area, you have an option of going to the Liberty Y or here. They're about the same distance, but here there's a lot more traffic lights. So that's going to be time consuming. And I'm going to jump over to distance and time. And somebody in this room said that the kids could take an Uber. Well, if you listen to where I'm living, I did a little bit of research, and an Uber from my house to the Premier Medical Building, which is in the atrium area, it's $52 to get there and $52 to come back. So that's not an option. Some people in this room have said the kids can ride a bus. Well, unfortunately, a lot of bus companies, or in this case, Butler County Regional Transit Authority, requires an adult to be present. That could pose quite a problem. Now, one of the other things I'd like to discuss is the political thing here. We need to do due diligence with this, and like I like to say, one of the basic contractor rules is measure twice and cut once. So if we blow this, we're going to have a little bit of history on our hands, namely in the past 2 downtown malls that didn't work, Lake Mistake, and then more recently a deal where we spent $50,000 a year for 20 years fighting with the EPA so we wouldn't have to mix sewer water with rainwater. So basically I'm a Middletonian, and the old days Sunset had sister pools, namely Douglas and Yankee, and so they were well within bike riding. I used to ride my bike to Sunset. Later, with my buddies, we would drive. So basically, you know, times have changed, I know, but still, putting the pool out there is going to be quite an inconvenience for a lot of people getting maybe up to 9 miles from their place here in town out to atrium area. So that's about all I have to say, except I have one question for one of the people on council. It's a very simple question. Mr. Farrell, when did you resign from the board? Because I see a potential conflict.
Mr. Stiver, I'm sorry, we did ask that you not address anybody personally,
Okay,
but
I'm
council
sorry.
as a whole.
Okay.
Thank you, please.
Okay, forgot. Well, that's all I have to say. We have a problem with transportation, time, and distance, getting to the pool. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I would like to call Marcia Andrew to the podium. Please state your full name and Middletown residence or work address for the record. Please address the council as a whole. You will have 4 minutes of uninterrupted speech. Please commence when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Marcia Andrew, 3011 Court Louise, Middletown. I'm here to say that, in my opinion, council is making a mistake by rushing to give tax money to a private entity to expand their own facilities before fully investigating the feasibility of a public-private partnership to build a larger, more inclusive, community-owned aquatic center, which is what Splashdown Middletown has been working towards. We ask that you postpone voting on the aquatic legislation this evening until you have a feasibility study that will demonstrate what the community wants and can support, with full financial details, including construction costs, and operating revenue. I have been a member and supporter of the Y the entire 28 years that I have lived in Middletown. However, I believe that what the Atrium Y is proposing is not what Middletown needs. The location on the far east edge of town is not convenient to most Middletown residents and will benefit Franklin and Hunter residents more than the residents in the Amanda, Wildwood, Rosa Parks neighborhoods of Middletown. This location will not draw people into Middletown to spend their money with our businesses. It will not improve the quality of life for most Middletown residents and will not attract families to buy homes in Middletown. More importantly, it's not an aquatic park as that term is understood. Would expand Atrium's facilities by one pool with a couple water features in that pool. The target audience for what they're proposing is kids aged 2 to 12. There's nothing in there to be amenable to adults or to teens. There's no lap pool for training and competitions. There's no area large or deep enough for swim lessons or teen water basketball or adult water fitness classes. No lazy river, no sand volleyball area, no indoor community meeting room, no picnic area. Splashdown Middletown's proposed design would have all of those features, including what would be a unique asset of a 50-meter competition pool, which does not exist within a 20 to 30-mile radius of Middletown, and truly would be a feature that would draw people from that radius to Middletown. The Y presented that some of the activities that I mentioned are available in the rest of their facilities, but the $10 a day pass that they're proposing would not grant access to the rest of the facility. It would just grant access to this one small pool. Ms. Bronston, Dr. Bronston gave some of the details of the population, the demographics of Middletown, which you're probably already aware of, but the median family income in Middletown is $50,000. And we're talking about people who cannot afford membership in the Y, even at a discounted rate. What the Middletown residents need is a multi-purpose, inclusive facility, centrally located, where the children in Middletown can spend their summers out of trouble, where their parents and grandparents can also enjoy activities while they take their kids there, and that would provide a location to teach the Middletown youth to swim, because that is a huge public safety issue. So I urge you to put off voting for this until you can fully compare the two options. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrew. Next, we have Ms. Adrienne Scherer. I would like to call Ms. Adrienne Scherer to the podium. Please state your full name and Middletown residence or work address for the record. Please address the council as a whole. You will have 4 minutes of uninterrupted speech. Do we have a chair, perhaps? Would you like a chair?
I'm not speaking long this time, so no, that's all right.
Please commence when you're ready.
Promise not to fall face first into the first pew. My name is Adrienne Scheer. My office is at 1028 Central Avenue, right downtown Middletown. And I've been in various locations on Central Avenue and been doing the work I do for 20 plus years. That 20 plus years, what I've been studying is economic restructuring or economic development.
Excuse me, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Could we please start the clock? Sorry to
I won't
interrupt.
be here 4
Please
minutes
continue.
Anyway, so what I would like to talk about is the fact that small businesses employ 99.9% of all people in the United States on a payroll. I want you to know that where the Atrium
Y is located is a small business opportunity desert. Everything that's there is big box, franchise. There's no buildings that would draw a small business there. And there are many, many people I can attest to in 20 plus years of doing what I do, that there are many people in Middletown who would like to find just the right place to start a small business and know that people from other parts of the communities around us would be there. I'm telling you, a feasibility study would likely choose to be put someplace where there is not a desert for small business opportunities to occur. When I think of spending $3 million the third time a city council meets, when most of the people on the council are brand new to trying to figure out city budgets and all of the complicated things that go on, it really frightens me to think that that rush to judgment would happen without a $25,000 feasibility study and 90 days of thinking about it. The truth is, a feasibility study might say, put an aquatic center on the river where everybody's developing the riverfront and Middletown's kind of behind. Maybe they would say, be someplace where people already go because sports happen there. Maybe what they'll say is be in the center of town, and where the center of town is debatable because we keep growing further east. They might say any of those things, but you're not giving a small feasibility study the opportunity to answer those questions. We need to consider the demographics of the people who will be using any water facility that we assist in paying for building. I'm thanking you very much for your time, and I'm under 4 minutes. If you can get me to quit talking in under 4 minutes, you've done something great.
Thank you, Ms. Scher, for your comments. Next, I would like to call Merrill Wood to the podium. Merrill Wood, please state your full name and Middletown residence or work address for the record. Please address the council as a whole. You will have 4 minutes of uninterrupted speech. Please commence whenever you are ready.
My name is Merrill Wood. I live at 3606 Grand Avenue. In recent weeks, I'm just tired of hearing everybody call what's going to be built out at Atrium for $3 million a water park. What $3 million apparently is going to buy is a 1950s pool and a water slide. That is not $3 million worth of investment. A water park is much more than that. From the research we've done, a water park is a variety of things that has to do with everything from a lazy river to a surf wave to opportunities for seniors to have separate facilities to meet. It simply isn't what is being proposed. Also, Middletown has a Y already. It is downtown. It is right a few hundred yards from where we are. Middletown does not have two. Atrium is not a Middletown Y. It is the Atrium Y. It has no signage on it that says Middletown, inside or out. If you've been to their website, it has nothing about Middletown on it. You should not be investing $3 million in a Y that is not Middletown. It is simply not an investment that should be made with my particular money there. They're saying they've changed their entry to $5 for kids, for $10 for adults. How long that'll last, that's a whole other point. Many of the points that have been made by the people that are part of our board have been made already. We're simply asking you to take a breath, take a look at what should be done with a feasibility report. That is a wise thing to do, Do not rush to judgment tonight. Step back and do a feasibility report. What's amazing is all the people that are here that too I assume, want to listen to what you have to say about a senior center. If you have these people that are interested in one item or two or three about one particular institution, if we talk about building an aquatic center, you certainly, as city council people, should be listening to what the community says about how to address that particular issue. Should not just be moving ahead with such brief conversation about what should be done about putting a 1950s pool with a water slide into an atrium Y, which really isn't Middletown's Y. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood, for your comments. Next, we have Doug Pergram. Doug Pergram, please come to the podium. Please state your full name and Middletown residence or work address for the record. Please address the council as a whole. You will have 4 minutes of uninterrupted speech. Please commence when you are ready.
I'm Douglas Pergram. I live at 6885 Hamilton Middletown Road. It's probably the last house in Middletown on the south side, out past Ingles Corner. The Y, I think, is in a position out there where they're at to do their own fundraising, at least make an effort to see what they can do. Like you say, it's called the Atrium Y. And if you remember, several years ago when they first built, they gave $1 million to Franklin High School for a football stadium. And they should be in a similar type position to match that. With all the new development going on with apartments and housing, you've got the Hunter area, they could very easily expand their membership. And they're even going to put Warren County water in the pool. So, because you don't have water service out there. It stops at the interstate. But anyway, the YMCA out there could do their own fundraising, and in the worst case possible, at least ask Warren County if they can participate. Where you're going to do your event center and all that development, I think Warren County's participating in that somewhat. So at least let them turn you down. But there's been no effort, I don't think, to see if there's another alternative to for them to get that money, because I've been here 60-some years, and I call that Franklin. It always has been. I mean, you go through Middletown, you go to Blue Ball, out towards Town Mall, then it's Franklin. And it's just too far away, and I think the percentage of kids from Middletown that would use that pool is very, very small. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pergram, for your comments. Forgive me, I'm going to do my best reading. May I please call Chick Frankenelter? Please help me say that name. And thank you so much. Please do go ahead and state your full name and Middletown residence or work address for the record. Please address the council as a whole. You will have 4 minutes of uninterrupted speech. Please commence whenever you're ready.
Your mother knows me. It's
She knows.
Fraunfelder, Chick Fraunfelder, 3301 McGee Avenue. And you know, so many comments have been made. Everybody's covered almost everything that I was going to say, but I would applaud the council for wanting to do something for the city of Middletown. However, I do believe that you're looking at a field of dreams. Build it and they will come. Well, who will come and how many? I might have to point out that the city council, a long time ago, some of you weren't even here, decided we didn't need public swimming pools, and we didn't need baseball fields, and we didn't need 2 18-hole golf courses. Instead, the city council has put money into their own projects, like we have an ice skating rink, and now we have a building on Central Avenue that's going to be some type of a senior center. Most of the Middletown citizens who have cars can go to aquatic centers in Oxford and Miamisburg and Hamilton. They all have aquatic centers. We also have Forest Hills, which offers a low-cost membership for people who want to swim or learn how to swim. Instead of going to a splash pad where you can't swim at all, you can't drown at a splash pad. But has anybody checked the attendance numbers at Wildwood, Browns Run, or Forest Hills to see how many people really even want to use a facility like this? The location is distant. You would think that the transportation center in Middletown would have to run buses out to Atrium. There'd have to be some way to get kids out there. I mean, in the 50s, we used to walk out to Central Avenue and get on a bus and go downtown. That's how we got to places. And the other issue is children. Children born after 2007 are basically invisible in this town. Do you see them outside playing in the parks, Sunset? No. How about Smith Park? No. A lot of them are on tech devices, and when you think about established parks in the area like Kings Island, they report having problems with people dropping their children off, gangs of teenagers. So at $5 per child, I say we probably would have a pretty inexpensive babysitting service out at the Atrium Y. I think what City Council needs to look at is the identity crisis for Middletown. Come up with an identity that works for everybody, and $3 million is a lot of money. We could be the safest town in Ohio. Maybe you want to take $3 million and put it towards that end. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next, I would like to call Cindy Carpenter to the podium. Cindy Carpenter? In that case, do I put her to the end and call her when she comes back, or just skip? Okay. Then next, we will call Scott Johnson to the podium. Scott Johnson, please state your full name and Middletown residence or work address for the record. Please address the council as a whole. You'll have 4 minutes of uninterrupted speech. Please commence when you're ready.
Scott, let me interrupt. Sorry, real quick. Ben, can we, if somebody's not here and somebody's entered a citizen comment for them, can they still talk?
There's no rule on that. The mayor presides over the meeting, so it's
Okay.
ultimately her call on how she'd like to proceed on that.
I know we didn't in past years, so I was just asking. It's up to you.
If they're not here in general, they wouldn't have anything to say, or do you mean waiting for them?
I think he's asking whether when their name is called and they're not here, if you put them to the back of the list and call them again at the end, or whether you don't allow them to speak if their name is called and they're not here at that time.
Is that what you meant?
Well, if she's not been here and somebody submitted the card.
Oh, I
for
see what
her,
you're saying.
That's what I was asking.
Got you. I'll guess what we'll do is we'll just wait till the end. Please forgive us. I'm so sorry. We'll take this moment. We'll wait till the end, call her name again. If she's still not here, we'll move on.
Sure.
Sounds good?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Mr. Johnson, please state your full name and your address, and please commence when you're ready.
All right, my name is Scott Johnson, and I live at 4720 Creekview Drive. I have been a community member of Middletown since 2012. I am one of the leaders. I am the minister at Crosspoint Church of Christ, which has been in and part of Middletown for over 75 years. We want to partner not only with the city of Middletown, but also with the citizens of Middletown through the acquisition of the Central Connections property. We are looking to relocate Crosspoint Church of Christ to the Central Connections property so that we can better serve the residents of Middletown, especially those who are underserved and marginalized in the senior community. This includes those below the poverty line, those who are shut in, and especially our senior citizens who deserve a place for community life to call their own. This is why you should partner with Crosspoint. Crosspoint has a proven track record of being a reliable and committed partner to the city of Middletown. We live and work here, and we are not going anywhere. Such partnerships include direct work with Atrium and Premier Health, Hospice Care of Middletown, Shalom, the annual Hospice Veterans Day Luncheon, Butler County, Care Portal Ministry, Restore Addictions and Recovery Ministry, a top-rated state-accredited preschool, the Crosspoint the preschool at Crosspoint, Warren County Board of Elections, and partnerships through Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and mentorships through Middletown City Schools. A few things our mission will accomplish is supporting senior citizens in all situations. It will also reach children by providing free activities to enrich their family life in the city of Middletown. Partnering with us would help reinstate Meals on Wheels. It would provide a place for medical screenings, vaccine clinics, health initiatives through our partnership with Atrium and the City Health Department. We would be reaching out with free community festivals multiple times a year, and I emphasize free, a community center that could be used for everyone. Shalom, Restore, which is our addiction recovery ministry, not just for drugs, but all kinds of different addictions that one might have that is very successful. The economic benefits are clear, with property values rising when a faith-based organization moves into a neighborhood, which is good for the city, but most importantly, it is good for the citizens. It's good for everyone. Upon acquisition of this property, we would get to work immediately as a church, pulling together our resources and nonprofit partnerships that we have, begin organizing a nonprofit organization to specifically oversee and run the senior center, and eventually expand its programming back to what it was before all of the stuff went on with it, as soon as grants and funding are obtained, and get this property back into the control of the people who live and work here. In conclusion, by partnering with Crosspoint, the young, the old, and every age in between will greatly benefit from our vision that we have for the Central Connections building. We believe that partnering with the City of Middletown will show goodwill by bringing community and the city government together, which will foster a better place to live and work for everyone. Overall, our proposal will save this city a lot of money, expand our community partnerships, enrich the lives of all of our citizens, and most importantly, it will keep the seniors where they love to be. We will operate within the covenants and limits of the deed restriction in place since the 1940s, which only allow the property to be used for religious and educational purposes. We are a trusted, respected, loving community institution with a proven track record that will continue to thrive in this location. This isn't only a win for the city, this is a true victory for our senior citizens. And I believe that's what we want to see. We want to see that people take care of. So we are who you are looking for, and we are up to this task. So thank you for your time. We request an executive session with the City Council to work on the details. Thank you.
Thank you. That is time. Thank you. Please remind everyone, we are limited to 4 minutes. Next, I would like to call Howard Johnson to the podium. Howard Johnson. Do we have a chair for Mr. Johnson? Or maybe we can get a mic. Do you prefer a microphone to you or a chair? That'd be fine. Okay, so we will, Mr. Johnson will be off camera for those people at home, but we'll take a microphone to him. It'll just take us a few minutes. I apologize, we don't have a microphone to take them, we used to.
Well, we can walk around. All right.
We are going to get a chair. Mr. Lawley, is that something that we could work on, getting a microphone
we'll
for future?
We had one. I don't know where it's
Used
at.
to have one?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
So if you want to sit right here, you can use my microphone.
And when Mr. Johnson is ready, please state your full name and Middletown residence or work address for the record. Please address the council as a whole. You will have 4 minutes of uninterrupted speech, and please commence when you are ready.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here to speak about the proposal to meet with the YMCA for a pool clear out the atrium area. I spoke before your predecessor board several years ago about this problem, and we still have the same problem. It starts with a pool. It starts with a P. It stands for pools. Middletown doesn't have a pool anymore. The YMCA is a wonderful place. I go there quite often. The problem is the location. There are places, similar facilities, there are facilities or places within the core of the city that could house what's being proposed here. Give you an example. And I know you've got other plans for these areas, but Lincoln School site, the old hospital site, the Miami Park site, Sunset Park site, and the old Roosevelt School site, all those sites could house this facility. What they don't have is YMCA right next door to them. And I see where that can be a big advantage to the city, but at the same time, it's not beneficial to the majority of the community. I was born and raised in this town. I'm almost 90 years old. I spent a lot of time at Sunset Pool and at the Y, and it's just a shame that this town does not support that kind of activity. And what you're trying to do, I believe, is put a pool in a facility that already has a pool, but the location stinks, quite frankly. I go to the Y quite often, and it's just a problem. Nothing against the Y. Matter of fact, I've got a person in my family that works at a Y. Not this Y, but a different Y. If it wasn't for having access to a pool, that same person wouldn't have been able to go to college because she had a diving scholarship. She, as well as her brother, were both managers of Sunset Pool at different times. She also managed Douglas Pool. So we're quite invested in water sports. And I just believe that before you commit to doing anything clear out at the atrium area or the far eastern side of the city, that you ought to look at other locations. They are here. Hell, Smith Park, you could put it over at Smith Park. People don't have a problem going there. That's pretty much all I got to say.
Well, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you for your comments. Okay, our last card for this evening, again, Cindy Carpenter. Is Cindy Carpenter in the...
And I might actually clarify myself from earlier. I'm looking at the guidelines that are up there. The second from the last, I honestly can't see the far right side of those words, but the beginning of it says speaker cards will be collected at the start of the meeting. Speakers should be, there we go, present to fill out a card prior to start of the meeting. Those individuals not adhering to the rules will lose the opportunity to speak before the council. Deal with that how you may, but I just wanted to point that out as it relates to the rules.
Got you. I wasn't sure. Maybe she had left to
Yep.
use the facilities or something, so I just
Sure.
wanted to give that chance. Okay, then that concludes our public participation for the evening. The next agenda item is council comments. We will begin to my left with Councilmember Farrell, followed by Councilmember Carter, and then Councilmember West, and then Councilmember Horn. I will speak last. Mr. Farrell?
Thanks, Mayor. A couple things. First off, Jerry Lewis, our events coordinator, sent me a text. She would like me to remind everyone that starting next Saturday, goes till February 17th is Dessert Week. She's done a lot of things in the last year to try to get people out to the small businesses, small restaurants. So if everybody can come out and support, that would be great. Next up, I've got some notes, sorry. Let me think about how I want to phrase this. I appreciate everybody's emails over the last couple weeks, some positive, some negative, just like most anything that's controversial or that's money spent on. I do appreciate that. So we have two separations here. We have Splashdown Middletown, or we have the Atrium YMCA. It's unfortunate that I call some of the members of Splashdown Middletown recently, allies and friends and of that sort, and now my character comes into question because I want to try to progress the city. So, in talking about the members of Splashdown, Ms. Lamka, Adrian, who is one of the head board members of Splashdown, she was your treasurer for your campaign, correct? Your finance.
I can speak during his?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that your campaign filing deadline for your finance reports were turned in late to the county?
Yes, she got the extensions.
Okay. Were you aware there were no receipts attached to any of the paperwork?
She had an issue with her computer, so she worked that out with them.
Okay. And your campaign chair also donated to your campaign, correct?
Yes, I remember one $10 donation, and among that was time and dedication from all of them.
Sure. As well as the other head member of Splashdown Middletown also donated to your campaign, correct?
That I'm not aware of, but I'm still writing my thank you cards.
Okay. Great. So you proposed a feasibility study for Splashdown Middletown of $25,000 to $30,000, led by a person that can't even turn in campaign filing forms on time. I'm questioning that. I'm also curious, I have to be honest, I'm a little bit upset. Multiple times over the last month and a half, there's been legislation pulled from the docket by you, Mayor, before the rest of council has the ability to see it, which you have the right to do. But you're receiving information before we are. You're asking for it before we are. One thing you're going to bring up tonight in new business is about food trucks. But the rest of council didn't even have the ability to see the food truck legislation because you pulled that. And I'm struggling right now because I see all this going on. I see people calling other people names that I've never seen before. And I'm just really struggling right now to understand what's going on. So I think at some point tonight, Ben, I would like to ask, I don't know how, if that's something that we can change. Maybe it's not. Maybe the mayor has the ability to pull legislation. But I'm just really struggling. So that's all I have.
I can talk about that now, or I can answer during my comments. You
quite literally preside over the meeting.
Okay,
However you'd like to proceed.
Okay, so I guess I'll let the others talk, and then I can answer during my comments as well. So Ms. Carter is next.
I'd like to thank all of the concerned citizens concerning the Aquatic Center. I am on the YMCA Advisory Board, so at this time I have to abstain from my comments and my concerns. one of the things that I'm listening to and hearing from my fellow councilmen is that there's something going on that I'm not even aware of. So I think one of the things that we have to do as new members is talk to each other. We have to let each other know what's going on. We can't be a council when we're not talking, we're not explaining our actions and why we're doing things. So you can't make a decision with half-truths. I pass.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Mr. West.
Yeah, I'd like to thank everybody for their comments here tonight, as well as the numerous emails, texts, phone calls over the last several weeks. A lot of people for the Aquatic Center, a lot of people against. Some people are for it, except location, et cetera, et cetera. I'd like to thank Dr. Celeste. Last weekend, she hosted 3R Development annual, it was the annual Silent Heroes Luncheon. Went out there, I saw some friends receive awards. A lot of people in the community doing positive things, and I think that's what makes Middletown special. And I'd also like to congratulate Shirley Butts on her award tonight. In addition, I would like to say that unfortunately, Ms. Carter, we are kind of, with sunshine laws, we can't openly communicate in groups outside of public meetings. So I would like to say this, and I've said it before, but all of us are elected. We're all one vote, and I don't think there should be one person that can pull agenda items without the rest of council seeing it. I think it's a disservice to the community, to the voters, and I don't know anything about the food truck legislation because I've never seen it, but it was pulled. It's unfortunate. I think it's something that we have to change. Being a mayor in this town is ceremonial, and with that, it's one vote. So I think we need to take a step back, and I'm a very big proponent. There are numerous councils in the past that would run to executive session, and then things would just disappear. And I'm not for that. I am very for we put things on legislation so we discuss them in a public setting. Some things will be in executive session, but we put as much as we can in a public setting and we discuss it. We do not do anything behind closed doors that isn't in a competitive nature, personnel nature, things like that. Everything is in the public. And if we discuss it and we go, hey, guess what? We're not ready to vote on it, or hey, I'm not comfortable with voting on it, I don't completely understand it. At least in a public setting, we have both assistant city managers, city manager, law, all here where we can discuss it. And I think that is how democracy works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. West. Mr. Horn?
I'd also like to say thank you for all the emails. Very educational. But one thing I'd like to say to all those and all those who are watching, be proud of what you're writing. When I receive an anonymous email, because sometimes your email address doesn't say your name, there's less weight in it because we have to watch on what does this email represent, especially if it's talking about numbers and this is what you should do with this money and this is what you should do with that money. Just because we're a city doesn't mean that there's not folks that want their product, their agenda being used. So anytime we receive an email, make sure that it has your name, your address, so we know it's from a citizen, because that's who we want to listen to, if I'm hearing this all correctly, with all the mentioning here about citizens. Talking about the emails, what I've been saying I'm going to do with some of my council comments is I'm going to educate, help people understand some of the great things we have in Middletown. And in some of the emails, it was, we don't need to do this funding for this, we need to do it for, and the topic was small business entities, that we don't have anything that will help those folks. Well, that's not true. We have what's called the Small Business Development Center, and it's run by David Riggs, And this is not new. This is not something we invented a year ago or for this meeting, since we have another thing that we're putting funding for. Actually, when I started my business about 12 years ago, it was well in existence, so it's been around for about 15, 20 years. That time it was called BizTech, but now it's called the Small Business Development Center. And this is a grant program. This is not a city employee situation. This is a grant program, and they partner with Miami University. And the threefold things that they do is they help small businesses get started, a startup, and give the education of what you need to do and the challenges, specifically in the first 24 months of starting a business, and all the things that you need to have in place. And David and his team will help you with those things. The next part is if you have a business that's established or existing, that can help you with the tune-up, maybe things you didn't know when you first started your business. Again, David and his team can help you with that. And then lastly, if you are a business that wants to grow, specifically you want to add more employees, because that's what we're looking for in the city is small businesses that start small, maybe with a family, and then they grow, they add, they need money in grant form, which that means they can buy things for their business, machinery or whatever they might need, and then add employees and help those people in that situation. And what's nice about with David and his group is it is a requirement. If you want to get a grant that's brought before us to get passed through, you have to go and meet with him, and he helps you, which makes it more seamless. It makes it more better for you understanding, having your business development plan and how these funds are going to be used and how you can grow your business, being with more equipment, more employees. And just some statistics, so it's not just me saying this is a good idea, and it's also on the website. And again, this is no cost to any citizen in Middletown, and they also cover the Warren County area and all of Butler County. It's just not just Middletown, but it's been here. This is a free program to help small business entities. But this is just his performance matrix here. And I'll go through this real quickly. It says amount of clients, people he met with. And this is how you keep a grant going, is you have to show statistics. So he met with 480 clients. Jobs created, 346. Contact hours, 1,922 hours. Prep and research hours, 708 hours. So then a total contact of prep and hours was 2,631 hours. Average hours per client. So this wasn't just a quick meeting. Average hours, 6.3 hours. So he spent almost a full workday with each one of these clients to help them in one of these three categories. And then, let's see, and I'll just go down to sales growth, 31.4 million, not bad. And then sales growth per client, 75,000 in growth. So, like I said, this is just one thing that I'm going to just bring out, that it is something we have in our city, something you can take advantage of if you're thinking about starting a new business. But if you notice, and this is one thing David wanted me to mention, if you're a startup, the grant program is really not designed for that. But if you have a bank that backs you, and the bank says, hey, by the way, you might want to take advantage of some grant money, that's where they will have a conversation with you about. But the startup is really, truly startup to help educate you on the challenges of having a new business. Yield to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. So I have 5 comments this evening, and I'll go ahead and start with Mr. Farrell's questions. So I thank him for bringing this up because it was in the papers, and if you're concerned, then other people might be questioning it as well. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to talk about this on record with everybody present. And if you have any other questions, please let me know. So, one thing I wanted to ask you, if I may, is you said that you've heard people calling people names. Is it proper to repeat them? I'm not aware of that. Are you talking about people calling each other names or the public calling us names?
Well, I don't, think that I've called anybody a name, but through phone calls and emails, I would say that some emails, some comments are over the top. I'm not talking about any one specific person. And I can honestly say it's nobody in this room. I'm just saying the aquatic center in general has pushed people farther than it should. I could go on, but I'll yield to you. That's
Okay. Okay. So, the first thing was that Ms. Adrienne Scherer served as my treasurer. That is correct. I can explain a little bit of I'm sorry, this is going to take a while. Please forgive me. I do want to address this because, as I said, I think it's important. So I met Ms. Scherer in the fall of 2021, I believe, when I was volunteering for Holiday Hoopla. And I was working on the committee with Adrienne, I'm sorry, not with Adrienne, with Avon Kaiser. And I had an errand to run, so I met her then. I was also interested in the question of homelessness and how could, if in a perfect world, what could we do to do something that actually made a difference? I'd been talking with Ms. Kaiser about that. Adrienne was a kindred spirit in that way. I asked, could we talk about this as a group of 3 of us in January after the holiday season at the bakery, because I get very busy. And so we did, and that's how we met. And we worked on that, and we had the Unhoused Action Circle that came from that. And when I announced that I wanted to run for mayor, she volunteered to be my treasurer, and I was very, very grateful for that. And then, I guess is there concern that I brought up Splashdown in the first place? I'll go ahead and answer that as well. So when I found out in December that there was an interest to have an aquatic center in Middletown, I said, okay, great, let's talk about it. I like to hear things, get as much information as possible, then make the best decision I can. But I also want to be informed by residents and people of Middletown. So I had also heard of Splashdown Middletown. That started before I'd met Ms. Scherer, but I'd heard of it. So I said, great, let's get them together and present. If there had been anything else, I would have also asked them to do that too. Other people had talked about other places, but there were no plans. So when I knew that Mr. Farrell was interested in bringing legislation, I said, well, let's let everybody hear about everything. So that's why I called the work session, so that we could all be aware and that we could get feedback from our residents. I thought that was very important. Does that answer your questions about Ms. Scherer and Splashdown? Or did you have some more?
They were more yes or no questions, but
Please go ahead, if I didn't answer
no,
them.
I don't really have anything else. I guess the fact of your experience in knowing that documentation was turned in late.
I'm getting
by
to
the
that.
people you're suggesting to give money to is a concern to me.
Well, actually, I never recommended that we give money to them. I just wanted to hear about their proposal.
Did you propose to allow the city to pay for a feasibility study?
I hear what you're saying. Yes, I did think that a feasibility study would be a good idea. I don't know if I recommended that the city pay for it, but I do want a market analysis before we get into any projects. What I was told was that Splashdown would be able to raise the money themselves for the feasibility study if they could get a nod from the city, as in, yeah, we're interested in hearing what you have to say. That was my understanding. Again, I just wanted to hear what they had to say. You will find out later when we talk about the aquatic center. I don't think this is the right time for any aquatic center, actually. Okay, and then we talked about pooling items from the K drive. Well, you might not know the K drive. So the mayor does put together the agenda of the meetings with the city manager. So we meet and we talk about the meetings. I have asked to be able to see what's coming up, to know how we can put that agenda together. There's something called the K drive, which is what the city staff uses and to put the items that are coming up for the next meetings. And when we were on the phone the other day, and you had asked me about the legislation, I had said, well, would you like to see it? And I forwarded you the items. And then I asked Mr. Lawley right away, could we share the K drive with the rest of City Council? Because in that way, everybody could know what's coming up. I thought that was important. It's not just for me to see it. I think it's for everybody. I was told about the K drive when I asked to see it that is perfectly allowed, because we are putting the agenda together as a team. But that no other council member had ever wanted to be on it. But I did ask if we could give that option to the rest of council as well. So that can be allowed for everybody. Pulling the legislation for the food truck, when I read the legislation, I don't know if you took a look at it. Have you taken a look at it? It turned out to be more complex than I thought. It was confusing to me. It didn't make sense. I thought it had more to do with certain things and other things. I had met with Mr. Lawley. I had met with Ms. Wells was very kind to meet with me, talked to Mr. Yoder about it, talked with Nathan Cahall. And I didn't think it was ready to be put on the agenda on the 16th, on January 16th, which is when it was originally proposed to be put on the agenda. I was supposed to have a meeting with Ms. Deborah Wells that next Monday. Unfortunately, she was not able to be in the office for a couple of weeks. So we finally met this past Monday. And it was great. It was very informative, but we kept meeting. I had, not she and I, but I had some more meetings as well to kind of talk about, okay, have we done this? Is this something that could be legally, something that could hold us back legally in Middletown? And I did take an oath to be fiscally responsible for the city. So again, I didn't think it was ready, but I'm very willing to share that with you. So I pulled it again so we could take a look. Mr. Lawley was going to ask Mr. Yoder to have another conversation, and that's where we had left it, as far as I know.
If I may, so it's been pulled not once but twice.
That is correct.
Okay, so for further clarification, understanding, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, I just disagree with that. It's now weeks later, and if there are some things that we have to hash out, we do that in a public setting. I do not want access to the K drive. I have a full-time job. I do not have a city computer. It is staff's job to come up with things that they put on the agenda. We receive it and then say, okay, and we talk about it. If we have to do multiple readings, first, second, even at the end of a second reading, if we're still not comfortable with it, we can say, hey, we're not going to vote on it tonight. There's a lot of people in this room that expect us to do 30 readings on an aquatic center until we hash it out. I just completely disagree. Everybody's one vote. We were all voted in, except for you, Paul. Yeah, so, but I just completely disagree with that. Now we have multiple meetings where pieces of legislation are pulled. Who knows if there's more that have been pulled? I disagree with that. It's a disservice to the voters in this community.
Thank you, Mr. West. Mr. Yoder, would you like to speak to the way the agenda is put together?
Sure. It's important to note Article 2, Section 13 of the Charter states as to the mayor's role that she is to preside over all the city council meetings, and also, and it says, and I'll quote quite literally, it says, she shall consult with the city manager regarding meeting agendas. That's where the grayness comes into effect here, is who has the authority to do what between the city manager and the mayor. But it is the role of those two to consult with each other when setting the agenda. I will also say that setting the agendas for regular meetings, there's also the power to call special meetings. Mm-hmm. That can be done to discuss or call for legislation on a specific topic. And it can be done either by, and the charter says, by the mayor or by 2 council members. So to the extent, quite literally, council does not like the mayor pulling things from the agenda, they do have the lawful authority for 2 members to call for a special meeting, to put something on the agenda for that special meeting and to call a vote for it. That's the balance of powers that was set up in the city's charter. To the extent you'd like to change that, you're fully allowed to attempt to do that. But that's built into the charter. To amend the charter requires a vote of the electors. That's the people of Middletown that are registered to vote. So if you want to change the charter, we do charter reviews every so often. That's something that can be discussed.
No, thank you. And I'm fully aware of the charter, but what she's speaking of is not charter. So you consult with the city manager as the mayor to come up with the agenda. What she just stated on record is now she's having multiple meetings with other staff members. That's unacceptable. That's not charter.
If you're talking about, what I was getting into there is who has the power to pull items from an agenda, and the word consult between the mayor and the city manager is used there. There's certainly some grayness in there, but that is where that power comes out of. As to the other function, yes, she does serve just like a council member, no different than any one of you all. The charter does say that all council members shall stay out of day-to-day business or activities.
Correct.
Those powers rest with the city manager.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have.
Thank you. And I guess the so I am new and I am still learning, and I do ask a lot of questions because I do take my job seriously. It is ceremonial in the fact that I'm the mayor is the face of Middletown. The mayor is the person who goes to the ribbon cuttings, who's expected. All the other council members, anybody can go. But I do take my role seriously in that I want to understand the legislation that I'm voting on. I think that is important for our residents, our business owners, people who have a vested interest. Now, I do have questions about the legislation. I do want to learn. I do go to my staff to learn. And what I mean by that is I send an email, and I will say it on record, I send an email to the city manager, and then he will answer my questions. And that's how I learn. And the reason and by the way, both times I asked the city manager, does that work for you? And that both times it was okay. Now, if it's not okay with him, then that's a conversation we can have. I'm not trying to stop anything. It's just I was concerned about that particular piece of legislation and the wording and what might result from it as far as legally for the city of Middletown. That was my concern.
But again, I go back to what I said before, and that's the reason for the public meetings. So if you're seeing the legislation, you decide to pull it, and then you're having one-on-one meetings with multiple staff members, and like you stated before, so by the time I see a piece of legislation for the first time,
have we changed it? Is that what you're asking?
there's already been, well, no, what I'm saying is there's already been a lot of discussions on it that could have taken place in a public setting. Again, Middletown, residents in Middletown have had issues over the years, I've lived here 19 years, with councils not discussing things in an open forum. That's not why I'm sitting here. I'm not sitting here to have private discussions. I'm not sitting here to have meetings behind closed doors. I'm here to look at pieces of legislation and yield my questions to Mr. Yoder, maybe the assistant city managers, Mr. Lawley, even the other council members up here. That's my entire point.
I get that now. Thank you. I agree.
Yeah, and that's something that we've discussed on the phone. I think it's fine if if we don't understand it. There's going to be a lot of things on here that we don't understand, but we discuss it in a public setting. That's my entire point.
I also do think the point of consulting and telling the city manager what to do in removing legislation, so then there's meetings afterwards with specific staff members to get the legislation to say what you're good with. I don't think that's the same thing as consulting with the city manager.
Got you. It wasn't, thank you. And I agree with that if that were the case. And if that were the case, I would hope they would tell me that. I did meet with Deborah with the city manager, Ms. Wells. And I do ask Mr. Yoder what is allowed and what is not allowed. But I definitely appreciate what Mr. West has said, absolutely. And again, I want to stress that I'm not telling him what to do. I'm actually asking him as a team, because that's what I see us as, all of us, actually.
Well, I'm just going by what you said.
That's fine. That's fair. And it does take time to meet and learn each other. And it does take time to build trust. And I understand that. And you don't know me that well yet at all. We're brand new to each other. I would like to also point out that I am open to conversations at any time. And I do want to have those conversations with you. If you ever have anything that you're concerned about, please come to me.
But you're open to having conversations with us, but you're pulling legislation that other people don't get to see.
I hear you. And talking that specifically, there was something in the legislation that I wanted to speak about legally before it went on, just to make sure that it was okay to put on the legislation, if that makes sense. If that makes sense. For the city.
Okay.
To be fiscally responsible for the city, yes. And I do want to say that just also one more thing. I think I addressed everything that you have said, Mr. West.
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor.
Certainly. That I do, Ms. Carter, you had some concerns. Did I answer all of your concerns?
Yes.
Okay. One of the things I do see is that we are a team, like I said, all of us together. And I do want us to work as such, so I have set up monthly meetings, just check-ins with each council member, just to check in, say, hey, what are you hearing from the residents? Things like that. That's it, just to kind of get a feel for what everybody's feeling and thinking about in the city. Also, I want to comment on this as well. The way the city works is that, like I said before, the citizens, the residents, talk to council, and then council can set policy, and then the city staff enacts that policy, and then the citizens and the residents tell council, and it kind of is a cycle like that. So it's really the citizens and residents that are moving and shaking and telling us what they're interested in. That's how I see it. And I did have, is there anything else that you wanted to say, anybody, to any of that? Nope. Okay. Thank you. I did have a few other things I wanted to say. On Saturday, January 27th, I had the honor of attending the 17th Annual Miami University Middletown, or MUM, Athletic Dinner and Hall of Fame induction ceremony. This event showcases sports at our beloved MUM. The event honors and pays tribute to those student athletes, coaches, teams, and others who have brought recognition and honor to the university during its history. It was a marvelous evening, educational, and heartfelt. Second, last Friday, February 2nd, Debbie Hauser, our Middletown City School Superintendent, arranged a City of Middletown leadership breakfast in the Middletown High School Community Room. Assistant Manager Nathan Cahall and I were in attendance from the city. It was a morning specifically made for principals and other school leaders of all the schools located in Middletown to meet and get to know each other, business-wise and on a personal basis. It was a wonderful morning and just what I was looking for, as one of the things I would like to do as mayor is visit all of our schools. And I thank Ms. Hauser for creating such a thoughtful event. Also, as a kickoff to Black History Month, I had the pleasure of attending the 11th Annual Silent Heroes Luncheon and Scholarship Fundraiser presented by 3R Development this past Saturday, February 3rd. Councilmember Steve West was also in attendance. The event was held at MUM, our Miami Regionals campus here in Middletown and Johnston Hall. 3R Development is an organization dedicated to helping people help themselves and provides programming for youth, families, and financial literacy. It was a wonderful event of learning and celebration. And finally, I want to thank all of our residents and all those who have a vested interest in our city for writing to council regarding the Aquatic Center project. Learning of your thoughts, wishes, and ideas for our city is exactly the kind of interaction that I'm looking for. As we continue in our city work and new projects come up, or if you just wish to share ideas, please keep the engagement going. And that is all for me for council comments. The next item on the agenda is the city manager's report. City manager, Mr. Lally, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. We have a couple things on city manager's reports tonight, and I want to begin by having a presentation by Sonia Foltz of the Adopt a Class program to share with council and the citizens of Middletown their program at the Middletown City School District.
Well, thank you so much for this evening and the opportunity to share with you what has already been happening over the last 20 months here in Middletown that many of you may not know about. So 20 months ago, I had the privilege of sitting down with some business leaders, with Middletown City School leadership, and with some others just in the community to talk about how we could take the Passport to Tomorrow amazing strategic plan by Middletown City School District and elevate it in partnership with the Adopt a Class Foundation programming. So if you're not familiar with Adopt a Class, many of you are not, we have been in existence for just over 20 years. We started in Cincinnati in partnering with one school, Euler School in Lower Price Hill, to find a way to match corporate, government, and nonprofit entities with the opportunity to mentor students from underserved communities to show them that they are worthy, that they are capable, that they are seen, and that their career paths are wide, varied, and opportunistic. So we go into corporate Cincinnati, corporate Middletown, nonprofit Middletown, higher ed Middletown, and we partner with now 47 schools in 9 school districts, including currently 4 here in Middletown, to bring teams of corporate, higher ed, nonprofit, community partners together to form teams of 5 to 7 volunteers from any of those entities together to mentor students currently here in Middletown in 3rd through 5th grade. Those grades and the schools in which we're in have all been chosen by the Middletown City Schools. We follow, I agree with you, Deb Hauser's vision, and we're following exactly how she wants us to align. Those companies, and I'm going to share with you a list just for Middletown, but I want to read off the names of companies, of nonprofit partners, of higher ed institutions that have already committed to your community and your students, almost 900 students being mentored in your 3rd through 5th grade classrooms here in Middletown in Amanda, Mayfield, Wildwood, and Creekview. And we know we have 3 more to go, and we're also starting in your junior high. Those companies that have shown up all the way from Austin Landing to Westchester to Mason and right here in Middletown to say we care about Middletown students and we want them to be the future of Middletown. So they show up 1 hour once a month and they do a career and life skills mentorship with students. That might look like Stephen Hightower's team building pipelines from styrofoam cups and straws and seeing how pipelines move their product. Now, if Stephen were here, he would tell you a couple times we had to call the EPA because a tiny bit spilled from those straws. But the students were hands-on learning what that business is. Andrew Akers, who I was just with this morning, has students taking corrugated boxes apart and saying, what's a glue line? How do you use manufacturing to build boxes? Worthington Industries in Monroe had their students right on their floor, and students saw trucks pulling in with Cleveland Cliffs steel, and they talked about the next step in manufacturing a product from that steel. And your students are doing that live in their classrooms, and then they're going at least once a year to that place and walking on that manufacturing floor, creating product, creating marketing plans. So the companies that are in right now are Brixey and Meyer, City of Middletown Police, thank you. Duke Energy, Frost Brown Todd, which is an attorney, a law firm out of Westchester and downtown Cincinnati, Hilltop OBGYN, they get really creative, I promise you. They teach about health and wellness and nursing and careers that are available. LCMB National Bank, Middletown Arts Center, Middletown City School Maintenance, who, by the way, is building and teaching students trades by building benches on Amanda's property. So they're really engaging students right there. Phillips Tube Group, Belflax Staffing, City of Middletown Fire Department, the City Manager's Office, thank you very much. Emory Federal, Primary Health Solutions, AMS Construction Parts, Cintas, Hospice Care of Middletown, Miami University of Middletown, Miami University City Schools Treasurer's Office, Midpoint, My USA, Ohio State Highway Patrol, Worthington Industries, Acres, BGR, Cincinnati State, AtMom, Hightowers, Merrill Lynch, coming all the way from Austin Landing, and Miller Valentine and Valley Central Bank. So they're pouring in. And so we saw that and we said, there are opportunities to expand here in Middletown because the commitment is here. So we wrote to Lieutenant Governor Huston's workforce grant that he just put out, the Ohio Industry Sector Partnership Grant. We were awarded $100,000 to reinvest right here in our Middletown program. That $100,000 we receive if we match the second $50,000 2-to-1. So I'm coming to ask that you consider that match. It is all being reinvested here. That will pay for staffing, for our programming to expand out to the other schools. It also provides the opportunity through that funding for us to do a deep dive in 3 key Ohio area industries that Middletown plays a significant part in: aviation, manufacturing, and healthcare. We all need a workforce of tomorrow. In those areas here, we'll be building curriculum that both teachers and our mentors will embed in their monthly classroom visits. We'll also be looking at the history of entrepreneurship here in Middletown and writing case studies with students on what is the history of Acres Packaging? What is the history of High Towers? How did they take that entrepreneurial spirit of generations ago, and how do we teach students what is a new concept for many people, entrepreneurship? That in any career you serve, if you take the mentality of an entrepreneur, whether you are in IT at Children's Hospital or you are anywhere, you become the entrepreneurial spirit in any career you face, and you'll be the next thought leader in that area. So we will take the lessons learned from history here from our Middletown companies, and we'll build them out in vignettes and lessons and modules for Middletown teachers and companies to use to teach students the entrepreneurial spirit and really lean into those 3 industries. So I will give you this. It also outlines statistics on the effects of, the impact of our program. One interesting fact for me is that per classroom served by any of our mentors, they leave behind about $600 in value to the teachers, the students in the classroom that none of us ever see. They go directly into your classroom. So let me start these around. I'll also tell you that our program design, and it's been this way for 20 years, we receive 0 funding from any school district that we serve. We serve Cincinnati Public, Princeton, Norwood, in Kentucky, and of course in Middletown. We also serve in Kentucky, Covington, Newport, Ludlow, and Boone County schools. So we take no funding. Our funding, other than current grant funding that we're receiving from the state, Hamilton County has put $165,000 investment of ARPA funding behind us. The city of Cincinnati has put $80,000 for a 2-year commitment, so a total of $160,000. I will say Middletown's competing because City of Cincinnati has committed every department in their city to be in a classroom mentoring as well. And Middletown might be a lot smaller, but percentage-wise, you all are doing a phenomenal job showing up with your government entities as mentors in the classroom as well. I'll leave you with this and answer any questions you have. We often talk about the impact on students, but if you look at that list and you go talk to Amanda King at Phillips Tube, who was a late joiner, I had to convince her, and she had to see the program for a year before she said yes in year 2. I saw her this morning again at one of Debbie Hauser's breakfasts where I got to sit with 7th, 10th graders, business leaders, and school personnel. And Amy looked at me and said, I thought I was doing this for the students. It's changed the culture of my company. We have a waiting list of who wants to be involved next year. If you know Daniel Million out at AMS Parts, Daniel Million started with 1 team. They're now mentoring 2 classrooms. He has 55 to 60 employees, and he says his goal is that every employee will now be in a classroom mentoring. So that commitment, it is because it changes their culture in their workplace. So we can talk about creating in the cradle to career. We're in the cradle business. Not many people are, but we're living in the cradle to career where most other people start high school and beyond. It's too late. But what we also do is we work with your current businesses to create a culture that wants to retain their employees. The adults want to stay with their employer because they see them reinvesting in themselves through volunteerism and in creating a company culture they want to be a part of. So I'll stop there and answer any questions.
Any questions?
Stuff.
I'm curious
Your microphone, I think, needs to go on.
You started with third grade. What about 6-year-olds?
So, good question. Thank you for asking, Ms. Carter. Honestly, if you look at our program as a whole on our website, we're a K through 8 program, but we had to start somewhere in Middletown. And so we're only in year 2. We started 3rd through 5th because that was where the district identified the most need for career exposure so that it fed into their 6th through 8th grade program. However, if you go to Euler School or if you go to most of our other districts, we're kindergarten through 8th grade. And ultimately, that is my desire, is to take funds like this and continue to expand out. Our K-2 program is a curated literacy program where we provide all of the mentor teams, which are mostly from our community, our nonprofit, and our civic partners, with a book a month that includes all of the materials to do a lesson. So if you took the book, I'll take anyone who's in the trades, The House She Built. It shows women in the industry of the trades, and it's a phenomenal book for representation for young students to see themselves in the trades, but it also provides representation for young girls to see themselves in the trades. They read that, and then they construct in their small groups with their mentors a house out of a kit that Crayons to Computers, another nonprofit we partner with, that's a phenomenal organization, provides 100% to us, so at no cost. We give it to the team, they go in, they read the book, they do the kit, they talk about representation, and then they return it to us and they get their next. And we provide 8 months of that K through 2, so that all of our K through 2 students, through a literacy-based, project-based model with their mentors, see all industries we represent 3rd through 8th. 3rd through 8th, they're with a different company every year, so that over those grade bands, 3rd through 5th and 6th through 8th, they see 6 different industries each year who come into the classroom and say, you matter, we see you, we want you as our future workforce, and we're here to help you understand what that means to work in manufacturing, in healthcare, and you name it, finance. So you look at that, and even if you're only getting those 3 experiences here in Middletown right now, and we do hope to go K-8 here in Middletown, your Middletown students are already, let's say in 3rd grade, they're with Miller Valentine seeing construction and trades, and then in 4th grade, they're with Valley Central seeing banking and finance, commercial and personal. And then in 5th grade, they're with High Towers Petroleum seeing the fuel industry. They're seeing, and transportation, they're seeing all of it from a different perspective, but they're also every year getting 5 to 7 mentors who lean in and say, you matter, and we want you to be successful. And that's the magic of the program. I'm so privileged to be able to lead this. I'm a lifelong educator. I stand back in awe. We currently serve just over 10,000 students. We have 4,000 corporate, higher ed, civic, and government mentors in our program. So we're a pretty well-known entity if you go inside the 275 loop. I will tell you, Middletown is the first district that I added when I came in March of 2020. Yes, that's when I accepted this job. Not a good time to take a school-based program, but the first district that I was able to ask my board to commit to was Middletown outside of the 275 loop. And that's because when I came, immediately people stepped up and said, let's get a roundtable going. Let's discuss how this can happen. Let's get it behind it from every stakeholder's perspective. So in year 2, I think we're doing pretty good with 31 partners and 4 schools completely matched. We're ready for Miller Ridge next, and we're ready for the junior high, and then we just keep going. Rosa Parks is after that, and then Central. So we have the plan with the district. This is not the end, this is the beginning, and really 20 months in, I think it's pretty amazing where we are.
Sounds good.
Thank you so much. This sounds absolutely wonderful. And I'm also I'm inspired with the Passport to Tomorrow program as well. And hopefully soon we can ask Ms. Hauser and Mr. Rick Pierce to come in and speak about that, just to tell everybody on record about it. It's wonderful. And I like how you mentioned the volunteering aspect of how it can change a culture of a company. I was speaking earlier this week with our clerk of council about how volunteering does really change your feeling and really is a motivator. So I'm interested in that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I will just comment that you're already setting a trend. Another district that might be very close, that might look a lot like your district, asked to come to Middletown and see the program. And they came, and I didn't even know they were coming. They toured at Wildwood, they saw 3 of our companies in action, And then it just so happened that BGR, which is a Mason-based packaging company, they were just checking into the office for their visit. And this other K-12 district, it happened to be Hamilton, was just walking out. And a student came running into the office, ran up to one of their mentors, gave him a big hug and said, "When I grow up, I'm going to work at BGR." That's the magic. That's the magic. And that's what we are creating. And we want to keep your middies here, knowing that there's a place for them here where people see them and want to employ them.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, and we met, you first met me a couple years ago on this, and yeah, I'm very proud of what you've done. You've done a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, Mayor, I'm gonna have to ask, we have a situation where our attorney who is representing us in the executive session has a hard 8:15 stop. So what I'm gonna request is before we move on to the next city manager's report, that we go into executive session now.
Do that. Okay. So may I have a motion to move into executive session right now?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let me clean that up for you a little bit as well. I think you'll want to go ahead and use the motion language that's down at the very bottom, so it's
Okay. Oh, that's right. Forgive me.
No,
That's
you're
correct.
fine.
Yes. I need to read. Okay, let's start over. Do I hear a motion to move to executive session under the authority of ORC 121.22G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Ms. Skank, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slanka?
Yes. Motion passes. We will come back to open session after.
We'll go to the police training room again.
And we're going to go to the police training room right now. Thank you.
That one or?
Okay, wonderful. Do we have a motion to return to open session?
Motion.
A second?
Second.
Ms. Gank, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slanka?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Okay, the yeses have it, and the motion passes. I think the next item, or did you have another item, Mr. Lawley, on the? Mhm.
What I'd like to do now is invite Kate Schulte, our Economic Development Program Manager, up to give us a report on medical marijuana legislation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council, and the community. Out of respect for everyone's time, I'll try to continue going through the presentation. Out of the interest of everyone, city staff and council wanted to give a little bit of an update on where we stand with some marijuana legislation. Brief history of what we've been going through. In 2016, Ohio House had passed medical marijuana in Ohio. City had the moratorium and then a ban shortly thereafter for medical marijuana facilities. And then in June of last year, council became receptive of trying to find some local legislation to kind of look at medical marijuana dispensaries and other facilities. Doing a little bit of research from the staff level, medical marijuana is regulated highly by the state at the Ohio Medical Marijuana Control Program. This is an offshoot of the Ohio Board of Pharmacy, and now it's the Division of Cannabis Control, which we'll get into a little bit later. They regulate a lot of the operations and the like. You have some numbers there. 37 cultivators fulfill 46 processors, which fulfill 133 dispensaries, which serve 400-some thousand patients at $1.6 billion in product sales in the state of Ohio. Local control. That's one of the things we've looked at pretty intensely as a local community, what sort of guardrails or policies and procedures we can place for these sort of facilities. So municipalities have the local control for the regulations, specifically licensure programs and zoning. While Ohio legislative bills have been presented for local excess tax and local taxes that we could levy on these sort of opportunities like sales tax, etc., there's currently no legal precedent for municipalities to do that at this time. Other communities, especially looking around the tri-state area, have followed more of a floodgate approach. So they've, from a zoning perspective and how they've kind of allowed marijuana facilities, they basically just follow the state regulations on the facilities until a comfortable level were achieved in their community, and then the local jurisdictions had just issued moratoriums and bans on further medical marijuana dispensaries. So, curbing that, we also have the recreational marijuana in Ohio issue 2. Voted and approved by the state in November 7th and became effective December 7th. Issue had a few different provisions in it, particularly that conversation Ohio Medical Marijuana Control Program now became the Division of Cannabis Control, legalizes sale, allow adults 21 plus, enacted 10% sales tax. From this legislation, and the big thing here that's kind of been holding us up, that ballot initiative was supposed to put out to the state legislator additional amendments and the like to then put into effect. State House is still currently waiting on that. What we've seen so far from the state is that it looks like medical marijuana facilities are going to get the first dib and first crack at recreational marijuana sales. So with that in mind, city staff's kind of been trying to see what sort of definitions and the like that they're going to amend on the legal side that we can then implement for more of a one cohesive policy. Division of Cannabis Control, just to kind of give a little bit more of highlights on what they do. They regulate the proximity. So big thing here, medical marijuana and marijuana businesses must be 500 feet or more from any school, from any church, public library, playground, or park. There's a lot of advertising regulations that they're pretty strict on, so they can't really defer too much out of, it can't be the pot shop, etc. No illuminated signage, no billboards, and then they have strict security protocols. All this to say, the State House really sets these up for highly capitalized and highly invested business opportunities. So, what that means for the city, what we need to consider is licensure options for dispensaries, zoning controls for the different opportunities, whether that's cultivators, processors, testing labs, and dispensaries. At present, we still have the medical marijuana ban. Adult use cannabis operators moratorium was passed in December 19th of 2023, and it's still in effect until June 16th of this year. Like I said, staff's really been waiting to see where the State House is going to fall on these definitions, so then we can put that into our policy and the like. But in the meantime, what we really need to consider, for example, first and foremost, is the licensure options. So from council on that guidance, what types of marijuana businesses would council like to see in the city? From the state level, it's really broken up into 4 different business types. We have dispensaries, which is that retail sale component, cultivators, where it's grown, processors, and then testing laboratories. Of those, which businesses would you like to see locally licensed? And of that, how many local licenses would each type be available? Which department would administer this license program, and what would that fee look like? What staff's looked at from our research and our considerations, from a staff level, what we brainstormed, we would look to see to allow all 4 types of businesses to create a license program specific to dispensaries. Hypothetically, what we would look at for a limit there, you'd have 1 dispensary for every 10,000 residents, which would give a hypothetical limit of 5. The reason we would have no local licensing on cultivators, processors, and testing labs, first and foremost, they're still regulated by the DCC, Division of Cannabis Control, but they also don't have really a retail or public-facing presence. They would be pretty synonymous with any other sort of industrial, heavy commercial business in the community. And they would also have a very large economic impact. Whereas a dispensary with more of the local, couple employees and the like on the sales end, you're looking at cultivators, processors, and testing labs, more employees, probably of higher wages with a little bit more vetting and the like on that regard. Next thing to consider is the zoning controls. What zoning districts would council like to see these marijuana businesses in? Staff's looked at a few. To kind of summarize it, it gets into the specific districts. You'd look at cultivators and processors, cultivating just being indoors, so no outdoor processing, but more in the industrial business districts. Dispensaries, we would look at just in more of the business, general, and community business districts, your B2, B3, and on that regard, think some of the business blocks around University, Roosevelt and Briel, and then Roosevelt and Town. And then testing labs, which would be synonymous with like a research and development business. From there, the last thing to really consider is what sort of business standards. So what, if any, additional business standards should we and can we apply locally? Something to consider, residential setback. Would any of these businesses on your end like to see some sort of residential setback from a dispensary to an adjacent, residential house or townhome? Is it 300 feet, 50 feet, somewhere in between? What staff's looked at from other permitted standards, other businesses, making sure everything applies with all aspects of the state regulations, and then something we pulled from another permitted standard that, is, again, open for conversation, would be any buildings or structures associated a minimum of 300 feet from the property line of a residential district. So that's kind of where we stand. Open to any questions you all might have. I think from here, what I can also do is summarize those specific bullet points of what we looked at council for consideration and individual emails to you all for further conversation and the like.
Excellent presentation, Jacob, on that. So what we're looking at right now is lifting the prohibition that was set on 2017 for all 3, for dispensaries, manufacturing, and cultivation. Is that what you're saying we should do, or just keep it to dispensaries? Or what are your thoughts?
From what we've kind of researched, probably lifting the veil on all of them.
Okay.
And the reason being is that, again, dispensaries would have that retail element, but also all those cultivators and the processors and the like, from a public-facing perspective, it doesn't really have a public presence in the community. It's, again, synonymous with any other sort of industrial, heavy commercial business. You might see a brand or a logo on the side of a business, which, again, from state regulations, it can't be the pot shop or anything like that, but they would just be another element of the business that would, again, probably higher paying jobs, more job count than what a dispensary would be, and would allow some more flexibility in that.
I don't have any questions. I think it was a good presentation. I kind of agree with all of it, truthfully.
And again, I think we can, from city management's end, we can send those specific considerations on the top there to you all individually for additional consideration and feedback to us.
And if this is the direction council wants us to go, we will start preparing legislation to waive the moratorium and move with the 4 of them, 3 of them, 2 of them, 1 of them.
Is that city mandated? I don't know how this works. You guys know way better than me, but I didn't think that this, from what I've been told, my sources, I could definitely be wrong, but is it the city says, all right, we're willing to take 2 of them or 3 of them, or how does that work specifically?
From our understanding is that the moratorium's put into effect all of those marijuana businesses as regulated by the state. So from the city's end, and correct me, law director, if I'm wrong, we can lift just 1 of them. Again, the 4 that I listed out, cultivators, processors, testing labs, and dispensaries, is what the state breaks those 4 business types.
Sorry, we're talking about 2 different things. I mean, like, if we were to lift it for dispensaries, can the city limit how many dispensaries there are?
Yes.
Okay.
Through a license.
Okay, that's what I thought originally, and then I was told other things, so just wanted to make sure. Okay.
It's also limited at higher levels, and so it kind of works like a lottery system. So,
right.
There's only a couple licenses available at a time or whatever. I think they're expanding on that. Last time I read up on it, but yeah, no, I agree with Zach. I think, good presentation, Jacob. Thank you. And I agree. I think the moratorium and it should be lifted. And, a lot of people don't even, we've talked to Monroe about this. They've had dispensaries for years. And, even their police officers say they haven't had one issue with it. But I like the point that you made, even with, the cultivators, you would never know it's in that facility. It's just a large industrial building. So, no, thank you.
And I look at these banks throughout town that banks in commercial space, right? Like it's not as wanted as it used to be. So I think about these banks around town that have closed shop and they're just sitting there rotting. Like, I think those would potentially be good spots. I mean, it's not my business to say that, but it brings more. I get happy when I drive down the road and I see storefronts filled that were not filled 5 years ago. So I think this would only help with that.
And to be clear, this is for medical marijuana, because the moratorium we have, we said we're not going to discuss the recreational till June anyways. But I like what you said was we can set this up for medical marijuana, and then you're first in line for when the state decides to just tell us what to do after we voted for it.
Yes, and so that's why, like I said, we've been, because the state it looks to be, and there's no official definite answer, but it looks to be those medical marijuana dispensaries. State's going to say, okay, look, you're already here, you're already selling cannabis, you're going to get kind of that first shot at the recreational. So the idea was when that final legislation comes out the pipeline from the state, it's probably going to mirror, but we won't know until it finally comes out what the definitions and stuff from a legal end is going to look like. And once all that's uniform, we were to put something up. But, from this end of it too, I think we can still put in something that's comprehensive, just with the hope that it's not going to change a little bit. What we didn't want to do was to put this forward. It worked just for recreational, and then the state comes out in 3-4 months and says, okay, here's what we're going to do for, I'm sorry, I got that reversed. It works for medical marijuana. 3 to 4 months down the road, the state comes out and says, okay, here's what we're going to do for recreational, and then we got to go back and do a bunch of amendments to the legislation because the new definitions don't match the old definitions.
So Jacob, this information you have does it say that you can put medical and recreation in the same facility? If you have a dispensary, can you put medical on one side and recreation on the other side?
The state looks to be doing is, like I said, when you go like Division of Cannabis Control, it used to be the Ohio Medical Marijuana Control Program. It looks like the state's trying to get it all consolidated into one marijuana regulations. From that end of it, I think it would just be a dependence, on the dispensary level. They could sell medical from a medical card, or they could sell recreational just from a recreational retail sale.
I was in California in 2019, and they have a warehouse across the street from the police department. And on one side, they had medical, and in the back, they had recreational. And I was surprised. I was amazed at how much and how they had it set up so that people could come in with their card, their medical card, or they could come in on the side and just buy it, as long as you got driver's license.
So yeah, I think medical marijuana is still going to have those guardrails of the doctor's referral and stuff, but then the recreational is how it looks to be of that recreational retail sale, 21 plus adults. So
Good conversation to start right now. Thank you so much. Anything else? Any other comments? No? All right, thank you.
thank you all.
Is there anything else on your citizen, or your city manager's report, Mr.
That's all.
Howard? Thank you. Ms. Genk, will you please present the consent agenda for us?
For your consideration this evening, we have to receive and file the following board and commission minutes: the Airport Commission from October 16th, 2023, the Cemetery Board minutes from October 18th, 2023, and the Library Board minutes from December 13th, 2023, the Historic Commission minutes from December 21st, 2023. To confirm the personnel appointments of Jacob Abner to the position of maintenance worker in the Department of Public Works and Utilities, Parks Maintenance Division, Owen Bullard and Jordan Griffin to the position of patrol officer in the Department of Public Safety, Division of Police, Richard Clark to the position of assistant public works superintendent in the Department of Public Works and Utilities, Blake Craycraft to the position of maintenance worker in the Department of Public Works and Utilities, Stormwater Maintenance Division, Renee Dittmer to the position of systems administrator in the Information Systems Department, Christopher Seabaum to the position of water treatment operator in the Department of Public Works and Utilities, Division of Water Treatment, Damon Stepp to position of water treatment operator in the Department of Public Works and Utilities, Division of Water Treatment, Aaron Wenzel to the position of maintenance worker in the Department of Public Works and Utilities, Water Maintenance Division, and Kristen Gottman to the position of budget manager in the Department of Finance. To receive and file the final assessments for the 2022 Sidewalk Curb and Gutter Program, to approve a contract with Moody's of Dayton Incorporated of Miamisburg, Ohio in the amount of $45,490 for the cleaning of wells 12 and 14.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion.
And is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded to accept the consent agenda. We will proceed to vote. Ms. Genk, please call the roll.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slamka?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
All right, the motion is passed. Thank you.
On the motion agenda, we have to approve contracts with various vendors for the purchase of supplies for the Water Maintenance Division. Section 1, brass. The vendor is Everett J. Prescott of West Carrollton, Ohio for $23,206.45. Section 2 is repair clamps for Ferguson Enterprises of Cincinnati, Ohio for $28,676.14. Section 3, valve boxes and sleeves from Everett J. Prescott, West Carrollton, Ohio for $48,692.70. Section 4, solid repair couplers, Everett J. Prescott, West Carrollton, Ohio for $14,845.92. Section 5, gate valves from EJ USA Incorporated of East Jordan, Michigan for $13,558.56. Section 6, Alpha Gate valves from Ferguson Enterprises, Cincinnati, Ohio, $40,768.74. Section 7, sewer lids and rings, Ferguson Enterprises, Cincinnati, Ohio, $14,569.60. And Section 8, miscellaneous, Everett J. Prescott, West Carrollton, Ohio, for $3,420.
Is there anything to add? Ms. Nothing. Okay, do I have a motion to approve item A, to approve the various contracts for the purchase of supplies for the Water Maintenance Division?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Genk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slamka?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Item B, to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Rack and Ballauer Excavating Company Incorporated to proceed with the Fleming Road resurfacing and water main replacement project in an amount not to exceed $2,791,833.
Do we have a motion to approve item B, to authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with Rockenballer Excavating Company, Inc.?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second?
Having been properly moved and seconded, is there any discussion? I did want to, oh, did somebody say something? I did want to just clarify the amount. Will that be fixed?
Yes.
Or, thank you.
Yes. Scott, did you get that fixed? No,
Before I can sign it.
That number there is correct, right? Yes, the number there is correct.
Oh, I guess earlier, because Mr. Tadich will come down, the Public Works Director, to explain. There was a typo with the $2,791,833. That was actually a bid from a different company, not the bid from this company. So we just want to make sure that's correct.
Yeah, sorry about that. There was a, excuse me, a mistake in the staff report. The total cost is actually $2,753,200.55, period.
So that'll just be corrected.
So.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Tadich. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we proceed to vote. Ms. Gank, please call the roll.
Mayor Slanka?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Item C, to appoint city council representatives to boards and commissions.
All right. So first we have the Airport Commission. I move to appoint Paul Horn to Airport Commission. Do we have a second?
Second.
Been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote. Ms. Gank, please call the roll.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slanka?
Yes. Next, we have the Architectural Review Board. I move to appoint Mr. Farrell and Mr. West to the Architectural Review Board. Mr. West as the alternate. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none? I'm sorry?
I was just trying to see, is it possible to vote on all these at the same time?
That would be permissible. Sorry, that would be permissible. If you wanted to do a slate for all of the different boards and commissions, to the extent you do want to, you could say,
Certainly, looking
here's
at,
who we would want to do. Or you can do it individually, whichever you prefer.
looking at the time, I think that'd be amenable to everyone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So I'll just go through and read all of them, and then we'll take that. Okay, so I'll go ahead and announce. So we're looking at appointing for Architectural Review Board, again, Zach Farrell with alternate Steve West. For clarification, the Mayor of Middletown serves as the President of the City of Middletown Board of Health and is therefore the City Council liaison for this board. Next is the Board of Library Trustees. We're moving to appoint Zach Farrell to the Board of Library Trustees. After that is the Citizens Advisory Board to the Middletown Division of Police. I move to appoint Steve West to the Citizens Advisory Board to the Middletown Division of Police. Next is the City Planning Commission, which also holds an alternate seat. I move to appoint Paul Horn to the City Planning Commission and Elizabeth Slamka, myself, as alternate. After that, there's the Emergency Management Advisory Council. I move to appoint Ms. Jennifer Carter to the Emergency Management Advisory Council. Next is the Keep Middletown Beautiful Board. I move to appoint Ms. Carter to Keep Middletown Beautiful Board. Next is the Middletown Cemetery Board. We move to appoint Ms. Carter to the Middletown Cemetery Board. Next is the OKI Regional Council of Governments, which also holds an alternate seat. I move to appoint Elizabeth Slamka to the OKI Regional Council of Governments and Paul Horn as alternate. Next is the Park Board. I move to appoint Steve West to the Park Board. For Self Board, I move to appoint Jennifer Carter. Next is the Tax Incentive Board. I move to appoint Zach Farrell to the Tax Incentive Board. Next, there's the Warren County Municipal League representative. I move to appoint Elizabeth Slamka to that board, but also to recognize that we will rotate as well. Next, there's the Hamilton Middletown Task Force representatives, of which there are 2. I move to appoint Zach Farrell and Elizabeth Slamka to Hamilton Middletown Task Force. Do we have a second to approve this?
Second.
Having been properly moved and seconded, is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote. Ms. Gank, will you please call the roll?
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slanka?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
The yeses have it, and the motion passes.
Item D, to appoint 3 members to the Middletown Port Authority Board of Directors for 3-year terms.
I move to appoint Nathan Cahall, Ben Wu, and Elizabeth Slamka to Middletown Port Authority. Do we have a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote. Ms. Gank, would you please call the roll?
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slanka?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
The yeses have it, and the motion is carried. The next agenda item is legislation. Legal Representative Mr. Ben Yoder, the legislation, please.
Thank you, Council. You've got 8 items on the legislative agenda tonight. The first is resolution number R 2024-02, a resolution authorizing an amendment to the Community Reinvestment Area Agreement between the City of Middletown and Ohio Soda LLC. This is a second reading.
Mr. Lally, is there a staff report?
We have no further
Nothing.
thing to add from last week. If you have any questions, we.
Okay.
I have a question just real quick. On the 90%, and I know you told me, who verified that this project is 90% complete?
Our economic development staff, actually, Mr. Schulte, who just departed the chamber, had met with the building owner and renovator, and also had verified with our building department as to how far they had progressed. And it looks like at that time, they were in a position to call in for final inspections on several of their work packages.
Okay. My concern about that is, nothing against that staff member, but the Ohio Industrial Compliance Department, they write the law of building, and then they certify our building official, who is Larry Tuttle. I'm not hearing Larry Tuttle's out there, Tom's out there, Dan Dawson's out there. Is your team coordinating with the building official? Because the building official has the final say on all building. It has nothing to do with money and grants and such.
Yeah, I mean, the final arbiter of completion of work and sign off is our CBO on this, and that would be the triggering event for whether any timeline is met or not.
Okay.
One thing I'd just like to, it's sort of related to this, is I know, in talking to Hamilton, they, similar to this building, they will help out with grants or some sort of, I don't know if you want to call it down payment assistance, but if you're willing to be, if you're an investor and you're willing to come into a downtown area and put in residential housing, they give you a little bit of a grant towards that. I think that's something that would be helpful if we did, to try to get some of these projects over the finish line. I mean, this one was, once again, I don't know how he financially did this, but I'm very impressed. But I think, if we had something like that, it would get things like this done sooner and quicker, in my opinion.
Okay.
Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion.
Is there a second? It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I want to say one thing.
Certainly.
Paul, I want you to make it very clear to Ohio Soda, which has a lot of businesses in Middletown and been here for quite some time, and I'm very much for this. June 1st is the due date for CFO.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Since I brought that up, does anybody have any thoughts on kind of what I just said there? I mean, is anybody supportive, or just on I mean, it's base, I mean, I realize I'm just bringing this up, but is that something that we would want to support in helping with a little bit of a grant or money towards bringing in housing in these dilapidated buildings downtown?
Yeah.
So that's been sort of the mold that a lot of cities have done. I know, downtown Cincinnati and the north side OTR area years ago, they realized you have to get residents down there, and that's what Hamilton's done. I mean, Hamilton's booming now, and so when we spoke with Hamilton, they said that's kind of one of the other tricks in their tool bag. So I mean, I'd be willing to support that. I know we have a lot of potential downtown as far as vacancies, and this could make it a bit more attractive for an owner to say, hey, let's go ahead and renovate you know, the second floor, third floor, whatever the case may be of the building.
Yes, and that's definitely something that Downtown Middletown Inc., DMI, has been trying to work on as well. So I think it's a good conversation to have for certain.
And Ohio Soda, they own the Slice, they are developing their apartments above there. So they're making an effort. I'm just saying we need them to do this so they can charge rent and rent it out to businesses and then start the process.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote. Ms. Kank, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slanka?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. West?
Yes.
All right, the yeses have it, and the motion passes. Mr. Yoder, the next legislation, please.
Second item is ordinance number O-2024-05, an ordinance authorizing the city manager to negotiate a cooperative agreement with the Great Miami Valley YMCA for the construction and operation of a public aquatics park. And this is a second reading.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the ordinance?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
It has been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Farrell and Mr. West, as you brought this legislation to council, would you like to speak first?
Yeah, I just have a few comments, and again, thank everybody for their calls, their texts, their emails on this. You know, and I think we've all kind of felt and stated it in numerous ways, but, you know, when we looked at both options, you know, for an aquatic park, I looked at it as more of, we had one that had costs associated, it was a proven organization, and then the other one, it wasn't really a proposal, it was to do a feasibility study, in which I did look through feasibility studies with that consulting firm that they wanted to use for other, you know, parks across the country. You know, and again, it comes down to a number of things for me. You know, when we look at location, sure. I mean, would it be great if we could put it downtown? Absolutely, absolutely. But we can't. There's not enough room down there to squeeze it in. You know, the East End, it's not the most ideal location, but again, I mean, we can pick apart location of anything in this city when it comes to youth involvement. For example, youth soccer at Smith Park. Smith Park convenient for every kid in the city to get to? No. Matter of fact, it's super inconvenient for most kids in this city because the airport's on the north side. It's not surrounded in a community like Sunset Park. Same could be said for Barnett Stadium. You know, every kid here in town, they want to go to a Mideast football game at some point, or maybe they're involved in youth football. Is that an ideal location? I mean, sure, if you live right up the street. So when we talk about location, it can be picked apart for anything. We can say, hey, is this building in a great spot for every citizen to come here and voice their concerns? Sure, if you have a car or if you live super close, but if you live on the other side of town, it's not. So I look at location as that's going to be an issue no matter where it's built. I've made it clear before. A lot of people say, you know, we were in the pool business before, it didn't work out. The city was in the pool business before, and it didn't work out. But guess who it did work out for? The Y. And again, you know, on another note, I cannot, in good faith, entrust the money and the responsibility to an organization where one of the board members has been indicted on a felony before for mishandling money. I can't do it. It is not, I can't do it. You know, I can't do it. We have an organization like the Y here, and they've been a great partner in this community. And they also have run these models for decades. There's some people that say, well, why are you going to give it to a faith-based organization? I don't know. I mean, I don't look at the Y as being faith-based personally. And if we really want to go down that route, if you take away faith-based organizations out of this city, guess what? you're going to lose a lot of programs, a lot of programs. So I look at it as, you know, faith-based organization or not, when you are wanting something for the city and you have a partner that does it well in other areas, I would trust them over anybody else. And then I've gotten some comments before as well. You know, residents have access to Oxford and Hamilton and Miamisburg and all these other aquatic centers. Sure. But is that more of a convenient location to drive 20, 25 minutes up 73? No. The East End is not that far. The East End is Middletown. It is Middletown. I get off that highway exit, I don't think I'm in Franklin. It's not 1950. It's 2024, okay? That is Middletown. And until people embrace the East End, that's where a lot of our opportunity is. We're sure going to reap the benefits from all the businesses that are going to invest out there, all of the development that's going to invest out there. Meanwhile, we do have work on the other side of the highway. I'll admit that. We do have a lot of work. But at the end of the day, I was always for the aquatic center. It's not a new idea. It's been around for many years. This idea has been tossed around for many years. I think Mr. McCrabb with the Journal News first published an article on this for a potential aquatic center in 2019. 2019. That's a half a decade ago. This isn't a new idea. And the feedback that I've gotten from families in this town that are currently raising children, families that are involved in this community, in this city, their kids are in sports, their kids are in grade school, kids are in middle school, preschool. Within that age group, I have gotten so many emails, calls, and texts saying, please, this is something that we need here in Middletown. We all know here in Middletown that there's a huge problem with our kids. You know, just this past week, look at the headlines. 2 teenagers were indicted for a shooting at Lefferson Park. Very next day, 45% of our kids within Middletown City Schools miss at least 18 days of school. At least 18 days of school. That's unbelievable. We got to restore things that families can do together in this city. I'm not one to look back and say, well, years ago it was this, years ago it was that. Guess what? I wasn't here, and those people, they're not here anymore either, that made prior decisions. We can either move forward or we can continue to let the rest of the surrounding areas, the counties, the cities, flourish. And we can be stuck where we have been. I moved here in 2005. I've been here 19 years. Not much has changed, and that's a problem. Because 19 years ago, between here and Tylersville Road, there wasn't much. Between here and Dayton Mall, there wasn't much. Look at what we have now. Middletown's still the same. Everywhere else, just north and south of us, are doing amazing. So, again, I mean, there's always going to be people that are against it, but I'll stand by it. I'll stand by it and say this is something that will improve our community. It gives families an option. It gives our youth an option to make positive choices. I think it's great that we just saw a presentation from Adopt a Class. And I've said this almost every single council meeting. I said it back when I ran. You know, there's two age groups in this world that somebody who, like myself, I'm 42 years old, that we owe. It's our children and the elderly. And quite frankly, this city did a great job investing in the elderly, building that senior citizen center years ago. It was a great facility. We're going to get it back. We're going to do it. But what we haven't done is invested in the youth in this city. We haven't done it. And I'll argue the point where a lot of people say, well, these kids these days, they just got their faces in iPads and Xboxes. I disagree. Go to Smith Park. Look how many kids are out there playing soccer. Go to Sunset Park on a Tuesday night during the summer, and there's tons of kids playing pickup basketball. There's tons of families out there. I just completely disagree. Maybe in certain bubbles, sure. But can we influence that? Can we change that? Absolutely. Trust me, my son would love to be behind a computer screen 24 hours a day if he didn't have to sleep and eat. But I don't let him do that. And I think in this city, we have to start thinking about our kids, because if these kids continue to grow up here and there was nothing fun for them to do except sports, they're going to leave this city, just like most generations have. They've left and gone and done bigger and better things. It's time we start looking at Middletown as, why don't we have fourth and fifth generation anymore? Because everybody's living like it's 1940, 1950, 1960. We can change that, and this is a first step to it. Thank you.
Mr. Farrell, would you like to speak to that as well?
I can't top that. That's all. I'm good. Thanks.
All right.
You're welcome.
Is there any further discussion? Mr. Horn?
It's on, okay. So what I just want to just bring out, because some of the comments were made, and this is public record here, of the obligations of the YMCA. And it says, after it's constructed, the YMCA will be obligated to keep and maintain the facility in good, clean operation and condition at all times. That's great, but not on top of that, they have to report back to us biannually and talk about maintenance and everything that's going on with this aquatic center. And in between that, it says for a period of 20 years, Middletown residents will be given a discounted rate of $5 per youth, $10 for adult for daytime admission passes to facility. Now, the reason I brought out the 20-year thing, that's a generation. So if you have an 8-year-old that goes to this facility, they grow up, and it was a good memory for them. What are they going to do? They're going to bring their friends there. They're going to bring their family there. So the Y is giving a generational situation. Now, it doesn't have an asterisk there of, oh, by the way, that's if there's no inflation or there's no inflationary markup here or anything like that. I just even did a quick calculation. If you did that for 20 years and put in just basic inflation, which is between 1% and 3%, that $5 should be at $7.50, which is not a lot of money still. But the thing is, the maintenance happens in 5 years, in 10 years, in 15 years. Those motors, that concrete, that PVC paint, or that liner will have to be maintained before that 20 years is up. So the Y is actually going to be probably at a loss, and they're not saying, oh, we have to put a guard in there. They're saying, no, for 20 years, we're good. Your citizens can go there for $5 for a child, for $10 for another. It's mentioned about transportation, which you can go on the Butler County website about a bus system, which we've had a bus system here for, I'd say, 50 years, because I rode the bus when I was young, and I'm not as young as I used to be. So if you go on the website, it actually says the red line goes to the atrium. I'm sure there's not going to be a problem of moving that to another bus stop by the Y. And if you want to look, and this was not written because of this legislation, this was a month ago, you can ride for free if you're 12 and under with a guardian. Comments made, well, this is going to be a babysitter. Well, as we've seen a presentation, this is to bring families together. So a 12-year-old child can ride the bus with their guardian. And then for the older folks, 65 and older, I think they get for free also, or a reduced rate. So we have transportation that will get there. And just a quick story, I had a new client and moved here to our city and been embracing our cities, that thinks there's a lot of great things going on. But she said something that I never thought about. She said, you know, Paul, you're a driving city. And she came from California, where the city she lived in, they had everything within walking distance. And she didn't say like it was negative, it's just like, you're a driving city. It's like, yeah, I didn't think about that, but we are. We have to drive to about every place you have to go, and we also have public transportation that other cities around us don't have. So again, keep that in mind that, yes, you're going to be on a bus for a minute, no matter where you put it, if you don't have your own transportation. Yield to you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Also, just before I make my comments, I just wanted to ask Mr. Yoder if you might go ahead and speak to what Mr. West was saying about the giving money to a religious organization, because there is legal words that we can say about that as well.
Yeah, the Ohio Supreme Court, all the way up to the U.S. Supreme Court, has said that you can do that. You can't discriminate against one group for another, but just simply by the fact that an institution happens to be religious doesn't mean that you cannot give them money. Fully legal.
Yep. And it sounds like it happens all the time with the YMCA in general all over the country. So I just wanted to address that. Let's see here. Well, there still is no staff report for this project, and although I do appreciate the attempt, there is no final agreement, and I have a lot of questions about what could possibly go on there. But it's hard for me to make that decision on a $3 million project without concrete information. And I do appreciate that this was in the packet says that we will be going back to the city manager, and yet as a council member, it is difficult to make that decision. I did have some questions. During the last regular council meeting, I did ask about the possibility to look into other funding streams other than ARPA. Was that done? Were there any findings?
What we did was, as I stated at the last council meeting, that the funds that council could choose to use would be the ARPA dollars or use money out of the general fund, cash reserves. And once we get a decision from council what we're going to do, then I will put staff towards the task of trying to locate other sources of revenue, such as corporate donations, grants, that might offset that $3 million cost. I wasn't going to spend a lot of staff time in something they did not know was going to pass.
Got you. So that will be something that...
That is correct. We will look at if this passes council legislation this evening.
Okay. So we can still look into that, even though the verbiage is
Yes,
here.
absolutely.
Excellent. Okay, very good. I think there are some grants out there that we can still look into. We just found one today as well.
If we can discuss that, I'm a proponent personally of using ARPA funds versus general fund dollars. ARPA funds are dollars that were given down from the government versus our general fund is our tax dollars that our citizens have actually paid into. On one hand, you can say it's all the citizens' dollars, which is correct, but at the same time, I think there's a little bit of a difference of worked and earned versus given. So that's just my opinion on that. Obviously, corporate sponsorships, grants, anything like that, I'm supportive of, but that's just my baseline of my thoughts of where I would take the money from.
I wouldn't mind that so much, but ARPA was really intended for low-income neighborhoods, mid-income neighborhoods, things that happened that are responses to COVID. And so for me, when we have so much need in Middletown, to use the ARPA funds, just this one-time gift, I'd rather use the funds for what they were intended for specifically, especially because there is so much need in Middletown, that this money could help. And listening to our residents and receiving the emails, and we received lots of emails. Again, I said I wanted to thank everybody for that, for and against anything. I do want to honor, or actually just look into, is this what residents actually want? One person had mentioned a survey, taking a survey. That's interesting, because I do also, apart from that, do question the haste at which this is done. And I know we did speak about it. We spoke about it last time as well. The fact that I believe you said there were 2 contractors that needed to start. They needed to know now so that they could get this done by May 2025. For me, I do agree with the residents that are saying, can we please slow down? That is my perspective. I would like to see, for any project, market analysis done. And also with that, I don't necessarily think this is the right time for an aquatic center for Middletown right now. Again, I really appreciate both of the presentations that we had. I love the YMCA. I would love to see a robust, wonderful aquatic center in Middletown, but again, I don't think it's the right time. I had mentioned the possibility of gathering up the rest of our ARPA funds and possibly that $3.5 million that Mr. Lawley had alluded to at the last meeting in the general fund, and looking at some of the obligations that we have to our residents in the city right now. And specifically speaking about the Amanda sewers, the issue that's happening right now. And I realize that there are, Mr. Lawley had mentioned that there are timelines. Of course, there are limits. We have to earmark this money by the end of this year. But I think it's a conversation worth having. There's a lot we need to do in Middletown, and I think these funds could be better spent on that first. It's hard for me to vote for an aquatic center, excuse me, while there is still so much present need right now in our city. And I do appreciate that we do all things at once. We do. We have to. And yet it's still difficult for me to vote. I would urge council to consider how this money could be spent in other areas of the city to kind of bring us up all in the balance, so then we can move forward together. Is there any other discussion?
Yeah, I mean, you raise, a lot of good points. I mean, there are things that the city needs, and we've discussed sanitary sewers for Amanda, and we've been in talks with city manager, looking at some of the engineering data and things like that. But you did raise a good point, and when you said, I don't think right now is the right time. I mean, I can kind of agree with that, because the right time was 1.5 years, 2 years ago. It would have saved us $500,000. Would have saved us $500,000. So if you're not going to build it now, but maybe in a few years you're going to build it, what's the price going to be then? The other thing that I forgot to mention earlier on my rant was, there's this sort of backhanded comment we get quite a bit. Well, you're a new council, okay? I mean, I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. I've been paying attention to city politics since 2005, because the first person I ever worked for in this city was Jim Armbruster, and he was vice mayor at the time. And again, I've paid attention. I know the due diligence that was done on this by the prior council. And the other thing is, too, I think for a lot of people to insinuate, well, you're a new council member, you basically don't know what's going on. I don't know. I mean, if you're an involved citizen and you pay attention to things and you read the agendas and you follow closely, there's not that much of a learning curve. There really isn't. There really isn't. So I don't really take offense to that comment. I just kind of laugh it off, because maybe some people don't really pay attention, and they might say, oh, well, just because you came into office, you don't know anything. Okay, that's fine. But no, I agree. I think the right time wasn't now. It was probably 1.5 years or 2 years ago, because it would have saved us $500,000.
And that was on the agenda and didn't pass, and I understand that, and I hear
Never
that.
came to a vote.
Never
Correct.
voted.
Right. Yeah.
I get that as well, because we already would have had something. And at this point, given what we're talking about and giving all the needs in the city, again, that's my perspective. That's just mine. And again, one person on a council of 5.
And I would say this too, Mayor. I don't think it's that this council is not in favor of giving sewers to the Amanda area. It's not financially feasible for this city. It would literally bankrupt our general fund to bring sewers. We need state money. We need national money, whatever it is. It's not, we don't have the money. $3 million is a lot of money, but that doesn't put a dent in the sewers in the Amanda area. Maybe I'm wrong, but from every calculation I've ever seen, that is the truth. And then, so let's say we put $7.5 million to the Amanda area for sewers. And then when we talk about spending in general, because this is probably a good time for this conversation. So we all have things that we want to accomplish and get done. Steve, I know you do. Paul, when you interviewed to be on council, I know you do. Jennifer, we've talked about some things, and the same thing with you, Mayor. And so, for example, like Middletown Connect, I think they're a great program. I suggest that we give them money, but if we're giving $7.5 million to the Amanda area for sewers, to put a dent in that won't even do the whole thing, and then we're giving $5 million to Middletown Connect, how do we balance all this, right? So that's, I'm not saying that $3 million is not a lot of money, because it definitely is, but in the grand scheme of things, we can't get these large projects done or even close to done with $3 million. We need state money for that. I don't think you can probably even go into that neighborhood and put in $3 million worth of sewer. I don't even know if that gets the ball started. So anyways, that's just kind of my thoughts.
You mentioned $5 million to Middletown Connect?
Mm-hmm.
I had not heard that figure.
That is what you suggested in the council retreat.
I was talking about combining all the money together, yes, and saying we could ask them to give us, to say, what could we do with that money if we were to not do this project, correct?
Okay.
That is correct.
Okay.
One of the things I wanted to say was, I agree, we do need state help with this project. So what I was thinking was, possibly, again, I'm not saying that this is what's happening, but because we have that obligation, we do, it's been 30 years, we have to give them this, taking the funds that we have, plus perhaps what we have in the general fund, looking at leveraging that money, possibly doubling it, seeing what staff comes up with in their meeting now to see what's possible in Amanda. And that's the thing I was talking about, what's possible that we can do with these funds. It could be possibly about 8.5 million, I think, 7.5 to 8.5 that we could have available, that we could have to leverage with state funds. And I think, if I'm correct, Middletown Connect is already looking into getting some state grants as well. So I think it's a good conversation, and for me, that's very important. It's hard to vote, again, it's hard to vote on this, in favor of this, when there are people who are dealing with that. It's difficult, especially when I think that we could look further into it. If we put, like some people were saying, a pause on this. And I can appreciate the fact that you don't want to put a pause on this because you want it done by May of 2025. And if we were to pause, I understand that. But I still would like to say, I care about the people in Amanda and their health and their safety. The fact that they feel neglected. I think this could go a lot for goodwill as well.
Well, I don't think that by approving this says that I'm neglecting them or don't care for them. And I don't think that's what you mean, but
not at all.
Just to verify that. I also look at the Amanda area, and with all due respect, the rental rate in that area is almost 50%. So really, at the end of the day, what are we doing? Half the people that we're giving sewer to are investors, which now get their property values. They get to go up, right? And people have bought in that neighborhood for years knowing it's on septic. So from a city perspective, and if we run sewers, can we charge everybody that owns a rental property there? Can we charge them for that? I don't know what all that looks like. But in the grand scheme of things with real estate, I know how this game works. I mean, we announced that we're going to put sewers through there. You're going to have all these investors that now sell these houses, and they're all worth more. Which, is that a bad thing? No, it's not. And it still helps the people that are in that neighborhood. But let's not be blind to the fact of almost half that neighborhood is rental homes, and all we're doing is lining the pockets of real estate investors that have owned these homes for years, that have taken advantage of people and not given them what they should have anyways.
And unfortunately, though, in this real time, we are dealing with real people who are living there right now.
Mm-hmm.
You have good points, and we have to deal with it right now. And we did promise them in the contract, in the agreement, when we annexed Amanda.
Did we ever sign a contract that said we would specifically put sewers through that area?
We've looked all through the city files. I've not found anything that said the city promised to push sewers to individual homes.
You had sent me some of that paperwork, and I'd also received some from. I can show that to you if you need.
You can show it to me, but a lot of it is up to interpretation of what is meant. Staff has looked at this. This is a very complex issue, that isn't, there's a lot more that goes into it than just pushing sewers down into the neighborhood. I mean, you got to go from there, you get to the house, then most of those houses are probably going to need to be replumbed. So we're talking a very complex situation that's not going to be solved very easily, and it's more than money.
And I appreciate that, and I understand that, and I know that's why you guys have already started talking about it, because it is so complex. Okay, I think I've said what I need to say. Well, there are a couple other things, like some clawbacks I would like to see, and we talked about here in the legislation that the agreement will be substantially similar to this, but I have some questions I'd like to see. Maybe I could just talk about it quickly, if that works. Yes, thank you. I wonder, so if we talk about how, well, one of the things that Mr. Horn mentioned was, I wanted to get clarification. I didn't read that they were going to be reporting biannually. I just heard regular. Does it say biannually somewhere that I missed?
Biannually, yes.
It does, I
Yes,
missed it?
biannually.
Okay, I didn't see that, thank you.
What are their obligations?
Again, just, okay, semi-annually, so there we go. Thank you.
But they're
Thank you.
reporting.
Thank you very much. But also, what happens if, for some reason, this doesn't get fulfilled, or what happens if, for some reason, and again, just out of nowhere, something happens and they have to move, and could we possibly look at getting, making sure that Middletown City owns it, for example? And that's just something that's like a worst-case scenario. If something were to happen and the Atrium YMCA were to move, what do we have to hold?
Once again, we do not have a final agreement. These are some of the things we will be looking at when we discuss the final agreement.
Excellent. And that's really most of it. It's mostly the clawback kind of thing, or the issues like where I would like to I'd be interested in seeing that when that happens.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think we've talked enough about it, unless anybody else has anything else to say. Nope. All right. So if there's no further discussion, let's go ahead and take the roll. Ms. Gink?
Mayor Slanka?
No.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter?
Abstain.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
The yeses have it, and the motion passes. Mr. Yoder, the next legislation item, please.
Sure. Item number 3 is resolution number R 2024-03, a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the Ohio Department of Transportation for improvements to a portion of State Route 122. It's Roosevelt Boulevard, and this is a second reading.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the ordinance?
Motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Wanting to know if, Mr. Law, you have a staff report?
We have no further comment from last meeting.
And is there any discussion for this? Okay, I'm just checking my notes to see if I wanted to say anything here tonight. Where was the $1.4 million for the project coming from, please?
Oops, I'm on the wrong one. I apologize. Trying to find staff report. The city share of the project is estimated at $1.4 million, and Scott, that's coming out of the...
Mr. Tadich is coming down to the podium, Public Director.
So it'll be budgeted for next year. So it could either be the street levy fund, the capital improvements fund, or the auto and gas tax fund. So.
Okay, and there is while you're here, there is the possibility at looking at we have like local street paving money for this, so we can look at other ways to kind of supplement the payment.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah. We'll obviously be doing that, okay. And that's about it that I have. Oh, wait a minute, one moment, please. Let's see here. No, so you've already answered this, but I just wanted to say it. So since this is a state route.
Correct.
And the city can garner grants for state routes. We can reserve some of our street levy fund for only our streets and look at getting some grants for this as well, potentially.
Right, but the state grants won't pay for all of this.
Correct.
There's still a local match.
But it could help.
Yes.
We could still reserve and hold back some of that money for our local streets.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, we will proceed to vote. Ms. Gank, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slanka?
Yes. Yeses have it, and the motion passes. Mr. Yoder, next, please.
Thank you. The fourth item is resolution number R 2024-04, a resolution to make adjustments to appropriations for current expenses and other expenditures of the city of Middletown, counties of Butler and Warren, state of Ohio, for the period ending December 31st, 2024, and declaring an emergency. This has to do with the Community Development Act 1974 fund.
And do we have a motion to approve the resolution?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
The motion has been properly moved and seconded. For any discussion, Mr. Lally, is there anything?
Yep, this is, council, this is to allocate CDBG funds for the expenses paid during the 2023 season for the street resurfacing and associated infrastructure improvements in the LMI neighborhoods. And the reason it's an emergency is so we can meet HUD timeliness filing deadline of March 2nd, 2024. If you have questions, we do have Mindy Mueller, our CDP third-party CDBG program manager, here to answer any questions you may have on the program.
Thank you. Does anybody have any discussion or questions?
I have one. Does this program involve 18th Avenue to finish paving that area?
No.
Okay.
Correct. No. Not this program.
Scott can't make it very far.
It's
That's a separate project that's already been awarded.
Right.
That'll be finished this summer.
It will be?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Along with the replacing the water main on 18th.
Okay.
That was awarded at the end of last year. So, but construction will start in the spring.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there any, I did ask this, but is there a penalty for timeliness?
Mindy?
Thank you, Ms. Mueller.
Yes. HUD is very strict with their timeliness, and there would be sanctions to the city if that is not met.
What kind of sanctions would we be looking at? Just curious.
They could take the money back. They could have financial penalties. There's not they would decide how they want to do that.
Okay. Thank you. It is my understanding that this project is already done and paid for. So I just wanted to clarify that we are moving money from CDBG because of timeliness to back to the capital improvement fund. Is that correct?
No.
Okay.
What we have, Your Honor, is that we had unappropriated dollars in Fund 429, the CDBG fund, that can go towards reimbursing costs that we've already fronted out of another fund. And so that's what we're doing here.
Okay. And is there anything that we are neglecting doing with the CDBG funds that they were intended for during those program years that
No.
we're not doing now?
No.
Okay, we don't have the action plans for that. Just curious, the CDBG money from these program years, it wasn't spent, and I'm curious why wasn't it spent?
Probably, I'll let Mindy get this, but
Thank you, Ms. Mueller.
Many funds were set aside to do large projects, and those take a lot of time to procure. And so there were some things like Oakland Park that needed some design work and those things that weren't able to be accomplished. in the time frame. And so this was the best option in terms of what we had in the action plan to serve the broadest number of LMI households, and was a project that was ready and done and was able to help us meet that timeliness standard. So nothing that was allocated for these dollars is not going to be left undone. It just needed more time. And so there would be future CDBG funds that could go towards those projects and keep us from not meeting that timeliness standard.
Okay, thank you. Also, one thing I'm interested in is when we were replenishing the fund, is there any way that we could ensure that that money is used in low to moderate income neighborhoods again, because it was taken from CDBG? Is there a way that we can maybe like earmark that money a certain amount that we'd also put back into that kind of neighborhood in general? That's more of a question for staff, really.
I mean, essentially we could. It was used for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll get with staff with Development Services and Public Works and make sure, you know, we continue to do those types of activities in our LMI neighborhoods.
Yeah, just because it's different now, when it goes back into a different fund, it's no longer necessary to spend it on those. So just because it's coming from CDBG, I was curious if we could kind of keep in mind the amount of money and maybe put that into the low and moderate income neighborhoods again. Certainly, please.
One of the things I think, just want to make clear, that the city had already put its own funds into an LMI neighborhood, and these CDBG funds are, we've kind of spread the way that we can use those dollars in LMI neighborhoods. So I think it already speaks to the city's commitment to support projects in LMI neighborhoods, because that's how we were able to do this with CDBG.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah. It's just that the reason I brought it up is because it could be spent elsewhere, and just trying to say maybe we could focus it just to remember that earmarked amount. But yes, I can appreciate that Central Avenue project very much and understand that part of it. Any other conversation, discussion? Okay, seeing none, Ms. Gank, would you please call the roll?
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slamka?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Yoder, would you please read the next legislation item?
Fifth item is ordinance number O-2024-06, an ordinance establishing a procedure for and authorizing a contract with MSD Inc. for the replacement of the boiler at the Senior Center building and declaring an emergency.
Do we have a motion to adopt the ordinance?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any staff report?
Yeah, council before you is to award a bid of $43,000 out of the capital improvement funds, 220 for the installation of a boiler at Central Connections. When we originally went through the building to make the determination to purchase the facility, we knew that one of the boilers were out and the other boiler was functioning okay. Since that boiler has started causing us some issues, and we feel it's important we get the second boiler replaced, up and running. If that boiler that is causing us problems now were to go out, we would be in a bad situation with no heat at the Central Connection Senior Citizen Center. And that is a big reason why it's under emergency legislation tonight. Also, there are, in the United States, 2 boilers available that fit this. And the company has one of the boilers to be able to go right away to be placed in.
Thank you. Yes, I think we all remember the strategic planning session in Central Connections where we were a little bit chilly.
A little chilly.
A little chilly.
Freezing.
Or that, yes. Is there any further discussion about this legislation item? I just wanted to ask, when staff did go through the building before the purchase, were there any other identified?
That was the only major problem we found.
Fantastic. Any other further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Ms. Gank, would you please call the roll?
Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slamka?
Yes.
Mrs. Carter?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
All right, the yeses have it. The motion passes. Mr. Yoder, please.
Item 6 is ordinance number O 2024-07, an ordinance authorizing a final development agreement with Ohio Regional Constructors LLC for the sale and development of city-owned property known as the former Roosevelt School site and declaring an emergency.
May I have a motion to adopt?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Lawley, is there any?
We don't have anything further to add.
Got you. And is there any further discussion on this?
I have one, I guess, comment, and I asked Nathan about this earlier. So the original agreement that we had in the past, and this is not really the financial, it's the 10-year no rentals on these new homes. That is still in place.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There'll be a deed restriction recorded at closing of these lots from the developer to their end users that puts a owner-occupied provision on those deeds.
Okay.
And I had a question. The staff received the application for this Phase 2 on the 1st of February. Will this be going to Planning Commission at the next meeting?
Yeah, my understanding, it should be on the agenda, I believe, next week for the Planning Commission to review.
Okay, wonderful.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
You were saying no rentals in new homes, so you're saying that the homes that are being built now, they will not? Right.
At Roosevelt Ridge only, which that's what this ordinance is talking about.
They have to be owner occupied.
That's what I'm.
Yes.
Yes, okay. That was my question.
Yeah, 10.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we will proceed to vote. Ms. Gank, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Horn,
Yes.
Mayor Slanka,
Yes.
Mr. Farrell,
Yes.
Mrs. Carter,
Yes.
Mr. West.
Yes.
Right. The yeses have it, and the motion passes. Mr. Yoder?
Thank you. Item number 7 is ordinance number O 2024-09, an ordinance establishing a procedure for and authorizing a contract with Neighborhood Housing Services of Hamilton, Inc. for implementation of a first-time homebuyer assistance program. This is a first reading.
Okay. Mr. Lawley, is there anything from staff?
So this is, as you see, the purpose of this is to allow the city manager to enter into agreement with the Neighborhood Housing Services of Hamilton for the use of home funds totaling $370,641 for the continued administration of things such as the down payment and closing costs assistance for home ownerships. Once again, if you have detailed questions, Mindy Mueller is here to answer any of those questions.
I'm going to be annoying. I sent an email earlier, so I was trying to understand this. Maybe I'm just overthinking the subject, but so this is for, I saw in the staff report it had 2021, 2022. So how much are we funding this per year? This is not just for 1 year. Is this paying back? Yeah.
The city for a long time has given 100% of their home allocation. So home is a federal formula program where the city gets a dollar amount every year from HUD.
Mm-hmm.
And for many years, the city has used 100% of their home dollars for down payment assistance. The county is the fiscal agent on the home funds for the city. And so they manage it through their annual action plan and their consolidated plan. And so that has been the history. A couple of years ago, the city decided to look at other options for how home funds could be used to do some affordable housing development instead of just using it all for down payment assistance. But DPA is very successful. It is specifically for low-income homeowners, first-time home buyers that need that extra help to be able to get into homes. So it's a very well-run program. Neighborhood Housing does a lot of coaching, helping them with learning how to be a homeowner. People that have never owned before, they do a lot of fair housing counseling and homeownership counseling with them. So that's what it is. The 21 and 22, the full allocation was not given to Neighborhood Housing in the previous contracts. They were given a reduced contract for those, but in the annual action plan that the county has for these home dollars for Middletown, this is just using the rest of those dollars for down payment assistance. It's already in those plans that that's what it was going to go for. So this is just doing one contract that will exhaust the rest of those dollars that were set aside for DPA.
So we're giving the 376 roughly all towards down payment assistance for Middletown for 2024.
We're doing the contract now, but the money's being pulled out of 21 and 22 funds.
Okay.
But this will just catch up the DPA. I don't really have a good response as to why the contracts weren't fully every year going for DPA, the full amounts. But this will do those 21 and 22 will then be exhausted for down payment assistance.
So we're paying back then?
No, we're not. The funds just haven't, the funds are allocated for this purpose, but the city's contract with neighborhood housing wasn't for the full allotment. So the funds have been there, they were set aside for this purpose, they're included in the annual action plan for this reason to do DPA. So this just does the contract between the city and neighborhood housing to use up the rest of those dollars. So they're not paying anything back, they just haven't, the contract hasn't been awarded so that they could give the down payment assistance. So the funds, nothing's shifted. This is exactly what has been in the annual action plan for down payment assistance, yeah.
How much is the down payment assistance?
It's up to $7,500 per homeowner.
At one time, was it 10,000?
It wasn't. It's been 5,000 for a long time.
Okay.
But 7,500 is trying to catch up a little bit. That's the standard now. So because of housing costs and things that are associated with that. So 7,500 is what the new contract would read instead of 5,000.
Did you say that, I also had the similar questions as Mr. Farrell had.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not sure why it wasn't given out in those 2 program years. Is there a way to find out?
I don't know that there's an answer. I mean, the city does a contract. The way it comes in is that the home funds are allocated in the county's annual action plan with HUD. And Middletown's portion, because you're in a home consortium, are accounted for in that plan. And those plans in 22 and 21, 100% of your home dollars were allocated to down payment assistance. When the city did its contract with neighborhood housing, they're not going to spend $300 and some thousand immediately. They were given lesser amounts in those contracts. So this is just to do one more contract that will catch us up through 22.
And thank you. And you mentioned that we do have the home action plan for both program years, 21 and 22?
Butler County has Middletown is included in Butler County's action plan, and yeah, that's all available.
Okay, fantastic.
How much is available this year for 2024?
We don't have those dollar figures yet, but it'll be somewhere in 375-ish. We don't have that final allocation yet.
So in 21 and 22, we were only paying 100 and something thousand, is that correct?
Yes.
I would like, if possible, from somebody, so I know we ran out of these funds around the end of Q3 last year, giving the 100 and odd change. So I guess my question is there really a need to double that? Because history shows there's really not. I mean, there's definitely a need for more, but I guess I'm questioning why we're doubling when history says that we don't really need to double. I mean, I'm okay with it, but what if we don't use it all? I guess that's my question.
I think the demand is very high. There's always more demand than what is being used. I do think they try to balance so that they don't spend all of it super quickly. But not using it for down payment assistance at this point would be going back to the county and them having to do a substantial amendment on their consolidated plan to change the use.
Mm-hmm.
So we
I'm not trying to change. I guess I'm just trying to figure out what if we don't use it. It just goes back to
I don't think that's going to be an issue. I think it'll be used. There's not as strict a time element on DPA as there is for like CDBG. They don't have the same timeliness like we just talked about with home funds as they do with CDBG. So I think that they will spend it fairly quickly, but I don't know that we have to limit them to the 1 year. That's not what the agreement says.
Okay, that's,
It's not a rush to get it spent.
okay.
So I think that they will be able to manage that well and make sure it's spent well.
Very good, yeah.
And just curious again, we talked about timeliness again. What are the repercussions for timeliness? What are the penalties for this?
Home funds don't have the same strict regulations as CDBG. So it's already been allocated to DPA, and so the project has already been defined. And so that's what HUD requires. They won't let you just not have a definition on what you're going to spend it on. And that's already been put in the annual action plan. So they look at it as more of a 5-year plan. If you haven't spent funds, they get more concerned. But it's not the same stringent requirement that they have with CDBG.
So there's really nothing, there's no penalty for this at all?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Are there any more questions for Ms. Mueller?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And maybe I might be able to get a copy of the Butler County Action Plan for home, if possible. Okay, if there is no further discussion, then we'll go ahead and proceed to vote. Ms. Skank, would you please call the roll?
It's the first.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yes, it is first reading. There is no action to be taken on the first reading. Forgive me. Okay, Mr. Yoder, the last legislative item, please.
Very good. The 8th item is ordinance number O 2024-10, an ordinance authorizing a grant agreement with Adopt a Class Foundation, Inc. for the acceptance of American Rescue Plan Act funds as a provision of government services to the extent of the reduction in revenue. Again, a first reading.
Yes, again, a first reading. Okay, Mr. Lally, is there anything?
Yeah, the only thing council, back in January 2023, we did allocate like $200,000 of the ARPA dollars to be spent for social service agencies, and this is where we would take advantage of that process there to grant the $25,000 out of that area.
Okay. Is there any further discussion tonight? I have a question. Do we know how many students from each school would be part of this program?
I do not.
Not right now.
I'd be guessing.
I think she said earlier, but I don't.
Did she?
Yeah.
I was thinking it was like, I'm gonna be wrong if I say it.
I don't want
If she said, I can check.
We'll
I was
find
thinking,
out.
Yeah, I can
I
find
was thinking 3 and 600, so which would equal 9.
I thought, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But this is a part of also growing it.
Right. Expanding it to the K through 2 or K through 3 as well, and
900.
additional schools.
Okay.
It's also a good partnership between the city and the schools and the future of workforce development. I think it's a win-win. We're using government dollars and we're putting in a limited amount of dollars. I mean, it doesn't get much better.
Yeah. I love what she was talking about tonight.
Yeah.
Is there any further discussion on this item? Okay, it is a first reading, so there's no action to be taken. And now our next item is unfinished business. Does anybody have anything they'd like to bring up for unfinished business?
The only thing I had for unfinished business was, I know we've kind of discussed a little bit here and there, spitballing the idea, but potential for take-home cruisers for Middletown City, patrol officers. One of the ideas I had, I don't know if it's something that could be put through. I mean, we have a lot of aging cruisers as well, so probably looking at purchasing new or lightly used cruisers, the number could be super high. But if we could potentially look at putting a piece of legislation in that has at least a starting line, right? So again, I mean, we may not be able to buy them all at once. Might be 2 here, 1 there. But if we have sort of a pool of money or a pot of money, when they become available, if we can pick up 2 here or 1 there, if we kind of did like an initial not to exceed line, whatever, $750K, $850K, something that at least, as they become available, if we can, take a leap and go, hey, there's an opportunity to pick up 3, for example.
Yep. So we did meet with the group 2 weeks ago, and essentially some of the things our municipal garage is trying to see just actually how many cars they could get per year, because that's a big thing. They fought for the last 2 years to get 3 cars.
Wow.
And so that's a big struggle. And then we are working on what the policy will be. Do we do something like those officers that live in Middletown are the ones who get the take-home cars? Acting Chief Crank was talking with the FOP on what that would look like, because we probably would have to address that. And essentially anything we come up with, we'll probably have to have discussions with the FOP and get their agreement to how this would pan out and how they'll be divvied out. One of the costs was, I think this would take about $65,000 per vehicle with what would be the total cost.
I recently spoke with Sergeant Nelson and asked about the dispersion, and he had said basically they feel like they're fine with going with rank, not necessarily if you live in Middletown. So that's part of the conversation.
Right. And whatever we come up with would have to be, we'd meet with them in what's called a labor management meeting, when we would come up with a memorandum of understanding that both parties would sign.
And the other thing too is, like with cost, it's, you know, I would rather kind of just put in more. I mean, we can get an estimate, but it varies quite a bit on these. If we can't find exact replacement Explorers, then the cage isn't going to fit, things like that. So, you know, I know right now there's more Durangos and Tahoes you're starting to see pop up, you know, because Explorers are kind of fading out. But that's one of the big things is, like, it's hard to put an exact dollar amount, you know, depending if they can be retrofitted, and then, you know, so that's why I'm kind of looking at it as, you know, if we could take an opportunity, you know, if there's some that pop up, we could just have that set aside there.
Yep, we'll circle back with the municipal garage and see what they've come up with.
Okay, thank you.
Also, one of the things I'm concerned about as well is the wear and tear on the police cars, because again, talking with police officers, and we mentioned this before, when they're using the cars basically like 24 hours a day, it's just, they run down so quickly, and it's just difficult for them. Also because they don't know who had the car last necessarily. There's a lot that goes into this conversation, but the wear and tear is huge. We could probably save money doing this, I'm thinking, over time. And does a lot for morale.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that come into play. It didn't seem like the municipal garage was that buying into that idea.
I'm glad we're looking into it. I'm glad we're having this discussion right now, because I'm very interested in this topic. I think most of us are up here. Does anybody else have anything to say about the possibility of the take-home cruisers right now? No? All right. And then is there any other unfinished business for anyone?
I want to talk about the central connection, and the RFPs will.
We hope to have the RFP out by the end of next week.
And so everyone that's involved will know, we'll let.
Oh yeah, we'll put it out there on several different media fronts, so everybody knows what you need to do if you're interested in putting in an RFP. And the RFP will essentially address two things. One, to tell us what they could do in terms of running the facility as an event center, and 2, what we do in terms of taking care of the senior citizens.
Okay.
Well, for me, that's the most important thing. Like, I hope that is included. Like, that's number one.
Yeah, and essentially what we're looking for is that event center type thing is able to give us a return on investment that allows us to do that and expanded programs for the seniors.
Okay. Mr. Horn?
I was looking for an update on health and safety. Have you reached out to the church that has the old Middletown Hospital site, and what is the status on the coyote situation?
Oh, in terms of the
property
coyotes, or
yes.
Yeah. So our animal control officer went out to all of those places, and she also has had conversations with the ODNR about setting traps. Some of the homeowners have agreed to allow traps be set in their yards, especially those who don't have kids in the area. And I haven't got an answer back from the church on the Middletown, the old Middletown Regional Hospital site. We're talking with them about what the city can do to assist them in knocking that down, bush hogging that whole area.
Yeah, because you mentioned they only have to really have the perimeter cut like normal grass, like any other property, but they can pasture the middle. Well, that's where any animal is going to, you know, flourish. And plus, yes, if we can assist them by just, if it's even once a year that we bush hog it, that's fine. But it's in this, it's literally in the center of a residential area, and that those neighborhoods there, you see school buses and kids, and so you don't want the phone call from the atrium or a phone call from a citizen saying Fluffy's gone. So.
Yep.
Any other discussion about that? No? All right. And I did want to bring up the conversation we had back in January about the possibility of public comments during special meetings. I just wanted to point out that what I'm talking about is this would not include executive sessions or special meetings that replace our regular meetings. And I'm not talking about regular meetings like council meetings like this. I'm specifically speaking about basically what we call work sessions. And also not meetings that would take, like I said before, not take the place of our regular meetings like happened on July 4th of last year. We had to have a special meeting for that. So I just had some ideas, and I'd love to hear what your ideas are. I think that I would like to see, for example, a 2-minute limit for public comments during work sessions. And that, for again, like I said last time, that would kind of streamline the comments. They'd have to be very, very pointed and very, well thought out. I'm thinking perhaps a total of 15 minutes, maybe at the beginning or the end, or maybe 2 different 10-minute sections at the beginning and the end, whatever, for a total of 20 minutes. I would also suggest that we limit the comments to only the subjects that are in the agenda for that meeting, so you can't come and talk about like your business or an event that's coming up, unless it's on the agenda itself. And then also keeping the rule that we have for our citizen comments here in regular meetings, that you're either a resident, work here, or have a vested interest in Middletown. Are there any thoughts on that? Any discussion? No?
I guess, so a work session is for council to discuss items. That's always the way I've seen it. So I guess, obviously you have the point of what does the public think, but what is the purpose? Or what are you trying to gain that otherwise can't be accomplished by doing this?
Good question. I think it's another way to try to reach the public. Like last time there was a gentleman who for the last strategic planning session that we had, he did come out and he thought he was going to be able to speak. Sometimes people do want that opportunity. So it's just another way of trying to hear the residents. Given that we are all together at once, people can email, they can call, they can come to meetings. It's another opportunity. And again, it's streamlined. I'm hoping that makes sense. It's just an opportunity to hear the public when we're discussing together.
My feeling is what Zach mentioned, this is and you can correct me if I'm wrong, this is a work session, like what I proposed when we started discussing that other thing we're talking about medical marijuana. I'd like to have a work session on that. But that's to show, we can invite people for presentations. Like I mentioned, the people that run a dispensary, they sent a nice presentation I sent to everyone to review. We might invite the Rick with the Chamber of Commerce to get those kind of thoughts. So to me, it's a work session, and then the citizens can observe here or via internet, and then they can kind of compose all their thoughts and everything to the next meeting and actually give 4 minutes of their thoughts. And then that's just my feeling is a work session is they're observing us working, so they feel that their textiles are at work. That's just my thought, is that's what I interpreted what a work session is. Like we've already had one and we'll have future ones, and I really like those because it kind of gives us an opportunity to see and bring people in to discuss when they're an expert on it and we're not.
I appreciate that. And also, we are able to vote, correct, during work sessions, Mr. Yoder?
Yeah, absolutely. And I again, to comments the last time we talked about it, I kind of struggle with the concept of what do you mean by work session? Really, it's kind of a special meeting, a meeting that's called at a time differently than your first and third Tuesdays of the month. Those are special meetings, and you have to describe in the notice what you're going to be talking about there. So really, if you're talking about, like a special meeting work session to, work on medical marijuana or whatever, you can do that however you want. The only things I might add on that is it's a special meeting. You can allow, there's no reason, for instance, at a retreat, if we wanted to allow for public comment, we could have allowed for public comment. If in a future special meeting you don't want to allow for public comment, you don't have to. And quite frankly, whatever you're doing, I kind of urge you to think of instilling some flexibility in it, because there will be times, there have been times before where we may call a special meeting for no other reason than to go into executive session with council under one of the enumerated reasons that's listed there, come out of executive session and then adjourn with no action happening, which might leave the public wondering, like, okay, wait a minute, like, what am I supposed to comment on? I don't even know what's happening. So there can be all sorts of different special meetings, and special meeting work sessions. If you want to create some rules, we can certainly fashion them, but lawfully you're allowed to have comments at special meetings, work sessions if you want. You're allowed to not have them. We can create rules, but I'd have some flexibility built into whatever it is that you want to do, because not every special meeting is the same.
Correct. That's why I also mentioned, like, this wouldn't be for executive session, and it wouldn't be for the regular meeting replacements either. It was just another way to get that. And I'd be interested, like, during for example, when we talk about medical marijuana, it would be nice to have those comments and just quickly done in real time. But also, sometimes it does give an opportunity. These are at different times as well, and there are many people that can't make these meetings. So it opens that up to other people who might not be able to do it before. It's just a thought. I'd like to see it. I'd like to get feedback from people in all ways possible.
I mean, like, one example of that is when we called it was a special meeting to discuss and authorize the city manager and I to negotiate a contract to purchase Central Connections. That was kind of time was of the essence. We were all here. That was a special meeting, not per se a work session where you were going to be deliberating. But the question becomes, and if you recall, there was a whole audience of people that were extraordinarily interested in that. So the concept becomes, do you want to allow people, I don't mean that in the least bit in the bad way, but people like that, is that the type of meeting that's appropriate for public comment? Or is it only a special meeting that you, like, I guess, designate as a work session? You know what I mean? It's kind of a wonky one.
Yeah, and I get that too. And that might have been nice to have maybe 10 minutes for people to, at least a few people to say something at that time, and to also catch our ear in that way, in that moment. So it's just something I'm looking at. I mean, it might be also that we just sort of go each one and maybe announce that there will be comments when we announce the special meeting. That's a possibility. If we did do that, does anybody have any thoughts about, like, the 10-minute time or the 2-minute limit or anything like that? Do you have any thoughts?
I guess just in general, I'm okay with leaving it open on a case-by-case basis of, do we want to do this? I think 2 minutes is fine. If you look at the Butler County Commissioner meetings, they give 2 minutes to talk. We give 4 minutes. I feel like we're very generous versus other municipalities as far as time given, cities, etc. So I'm open for interpretation, but I'm not going to just give a blank check out to Ben's point, if we're going into an executive session, I think there has to be some sort of regulation there. And I think in transparency, if we just discuss it every time that we're going to do it, I think that's fine personally.
Yeah, I'm good with case by case. I mean, there's some instances to where, and that's a great example where, it's urgent. You have to get in there, have a discussion, maybe executive session, and then go. I mean, I'm good with case by case, 2 minutes. I think 2 minutes is enough, especially if, and sticking to whatever is on the agenda. I mean, typically those meetings are only 1 or 2 things that are going to be discussed anyway, so 2 minutes is probably more than enough. Yeah, I'm good with that.
And Mayor, you are the runner of the meeting, so as long as you keep them on task, Well, because you see sometimes people want to kind of veer off. So as long as it's on task in 2 minutes, I'm down.
And would you like to see it for like one session at the beginning or end for just 15 minutes or 10 minutes? Does anybody have any thoughts about time limit? Right now, for example?
I think I think it depends on the situation.
Okay.
How many people is it going to affect? I think that's an important thing to consider. I mean, I don't think one way to go about this. So I think case by case, we can set it 10, 15, 20, whatever.
Okay. And that way it could be announced as well whenever we call this session. And we'd also just have to discuss how we'll do the cards and the screen for the rules and for that actual meeting. So that's probably going to be kind of similar in like a template. And then Ms. Gank would have different cards that say the different rules for the special meetings.
And then Clayton could push it out there to the.
Yeah, and Clayton could push it out there. Good point. When he comes back. Yes.
Job security.
Okay, thank you. Is there any more discussion on that? And is there any other unfinished business that anybody wants to bring up? No? Okay, great. The next agenda item would be for new business. Do any council members have any new business that they'd like to talk about?
I would like to propose that legal and Paul work together on getting the prohibition lifted on medical marijuana.
All right, so that's official. And
We will absolutely do that.
And I did want I had a couple of things I wanted to bring up. The one was what we talked about a little bit earlier, but it's separate. It's related to food trucks, but not the legislation. So it'd be the food truck designated zones. I was looking into, this is a timely topic, and as food trucks become more and more popular, it does say in our codified ordinance, chapter 1037, that we will designate food truck zones in Middletown, which I think is interesting. Mr. Yoder, did you have something to add to that?
Oh, no, I do think that it does say that we can have areas designated downtown. That's at the authority of the city manager.
Mm-hmm.
To my knowledge, I don't know that any zones have ever actually been declared before.
I think just Adora.
Oh,
Yeah.
my knowledge is incorrect. Deborah might be the best person.
We have a map that states what the food truck designated district zones are.
Oh, fantastic. So that's already been, Ms. Wells, that's already been accomplished.
Yes.
All right, great. Maybe I can get a copy of it and find it. That'd be wonderful. Thank you. The other thing is, just the other thing I was wondering about is as we are discussing, Amanda, and what the complexities of that and what's going to be happening over the next months and weeks, maybe some updates.
We have met on the staff level, and the one thing staff wants to do is we don't want to make any decisions or call a special council meeting on it or a work session on it until at least after the February 29th, Amanda, what are they called?
Data walk.
Yeah.
And what Mr. Lawley's referring to is the Middletown Connect Amanda Data Walk that's happening at, I believe, 6 p.m. on the 29th on Leap Day, if anybody's interested in attending. So that makes sense. So maybe after that, we can have a little bit of a conversation. It can be brief, but just an update on what's kind of happening.
Yeah, staff would like to take some information back from that. Meanwhile, we're working on all the variables and it's going to be a very, very, very complex issue.
It is, and I really am grateful that you guys are looking into this and starting this because it is a very complex issue that has been around for so long. So I think, is there any other?
I'm listening to Zach when he was talking about how the 50% are rental in the Amanda area. So if we went in and placed the sewage, could we charge the landlords?
You can't really force them to, so it, maybe you know more about this, Nathan, than I do, but I just know from real estate, you can run lines and charge them to tap into it, but that's more of on water lines, I don't know on sewer.
Yeah, I mean, with utilities, I mean, there is some limited ability for the city under Chapter 727 of the code to do certain types of municipal projects by partial assessment, not a dollar for dollar cost. There's some rules involved or whatnot, but you can push, if that was the policy direction of any city to do something like that, you could create some sort of assessment district that would cover part of the cost, but it would pale in comparison to the overall project cost, unless it was either majority or unanimous petition, requested by those property owners.
And I would think that you might have some exposure if you attempted to set the assessment based off those that are owner occupied versus those that are rentals.
I've
I don't
seen
think
that go
you'd be able
bad.
to.
And we probably need
delineate.
to be very consistent on how we've been through the rest of the city. Because recently we did this on Lefferson Road and we have some issues out there with compliance.
Well, and then we get
And
it to a
then
point.
we may have them say, well, wait a minute, you forced me to pay $14,000 to tap in to the sewer, but you're letting this area of Middletown off the hook.
Well, and then we have, we just raised water rates, property tax increases, then we're gonna go in and charge them to hook into sewer. Then on top of that, they now have sewer fees. At what point, I understand the health aspect, very important, but are you pushing people out of a home because of the increased cost you're giving them? I think that's the other side to look at too.
Yeah, and also just to be clear that I think we mentioned this last time, the size of their yards and where the septic go, it's typically very small, so there is an issue. That's why it's like coming to us now especially. So again, thank you for looking into this because it is timely and complex. Is there any other new business or any other further conversation? No? Hearing none? Okay. Well, with that, I say that at 10:16 p.m., this meeting is adjourned until February 20th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. in these chambers. Thank you and good night.